The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Be our guest and watch the best women's chess players in the world at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. After several rounds of crazy results, players opted for conservative play that led to strategic draws, allowing them to regroup before going into the rest day. So leader Zatonskih fought tooth and nail to keep up her winning ways, but only secured a draw against Harika Dronavalli's beastly defense. However, the belle of the ball was a surging Bella Kotenashvili, who defeated Dzagnidze for her third win in a row, catapulting her into title contention. Zatonskih maintains a narrow lead. Can she hold on? Day 6 of timeless chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 6 of the Cairns Cup here in St. Louis. I'm very excited to be here at the World Chess Hall of Fame at this beautiful exhibition called Sound Moves, where music meets chess. And I certainly hope the players will play sound moves. Let's go back to the studio and get the day started.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, and the third edition of the Cairns Cup, one of the richest women's tournaments in chess. We come to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Good morning and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Wonderful to be in studio with you, Nazi. How did you enjoy your rest day?
I was nursing my allergies. How about you?
Recharged. It was great. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show. And indeed, a much-needed rest day. I feel recharged. I'm sure the ladies are too, as they sprint to the finish with 4 rounds to go. Let's take a look at the standings. And as we see our standings, you're going to note that certain players have played 5 games. Other players have only played 4 games. What's going on here? Well, our defending champion, our #1 seed, Humpy Koneru, dropped out of the event due to illness. Her games are not going to be played, so certain players are going to have a bye, a free day.
So at the moment, in the first place is Zatonskih with 3.5 points out of 5 games.
Exactly.
That means that her rest day is coming up.
An extra bye day, that's right.
In this clear second at the moment is Bella Khotenashvili with 3 points out of 5.
Right.
And sharing third are Elisabeth Paehtz and Irina Krush.
And if you notice in the case of Irina, Irina's only played 4 games, so she's going to get an extra game in. So theoretically, Irina could win a game while Anna's on her break, getting a bye. And theoretically, Irina, too, could have 3.5 points
She
at
could
the moment.
catch Anna.
Exactly. And as we see the rest of the standings, there is one player in particular who's on a tear.
Right, her play stands out. She started with 2 zeros, but then came back stronger than ever and won 3 games in a row.
Exactly. Castled short and castled long, as we might say. And tell us about the format for our tournament, Nancy.
We have a 9-player round robin, and players are not allowed to offer any draws.
Right.
The time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, 30 minutes rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1.
And the remaining schedule for the tournament.
Players will play a total of 9 rounds. Yesterday was the rest day, and today they're back to play round 6, and only 4 more rounds to go.
Outstanding. And we're very, very fortunate to have in studio Almira. Bonjour, Almira.
Bonjour, and indeed we have a very unusual situation. But as French would say, à la guerre comme à la guerre. So the most important thing is to keep the tournament going, and the players had to adapt to a completely new situation in the tournament. So let's have a look at our tournament leader, Zatonskih. Yes, she scored 3.5 points out of 5 games. It's a solid +2. She drew 3 games and she won 2 games, and she fortified her tournament position with a draw in the round 5. So let's have a look at her road ahead. She is playing today against Gunay Mammadzada, the rising star from Azerbaijan. In the round 7, she will have a bye. Then she will play against Zhansaya Abdumalik. And in the round 9, we will have a national derby. Zatonskih is going to play against Irina Krush. But a few players can leapfrog Zatonskih or join her in the lead. So let's have a look at their road ahead. So first of all, we have Irina Krush. Today she has a tough round and it will be crucial for the standing. She's facing the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk. In the round 7 she will play against Harika Dronavalli. In the round 8 she will face Mammadzada Gunay, and then she will play against Zatonskih. Let's have a look at the road ahead of Elisabeth Paehtz. Today she is playing against Dzagnidze. In the round 7 she will face Kotenashvili. Then she will have a bye, and in the final round she will play against Alexandra Kosteniuk. And one final player on the road ahead to watch is Khotenashvili. Today she has a bye. Then she will play against Elisabeth Paehtz. In the round 8 she will face Elisabeth Kosteniuk, and in the round 9, in the final round, she will play against Harika Dronavalli. And Yasser, I wanted to ask you strategically, when is it better to have a bye?
Well, in my case, I would love to say I like to have the destiny in my hands. So I want my bye early in the tournament so that in the last round, if I need to play for a win, I can do it. So get rid of the bye, get it out of the way. But lay the table for our audience, Nasi. Tell them what they can expect in today's pairings.
Let's take a look. We have Elisabeth Paehtz playing Dzagnidze, Alexandra Kosteniuk against Irina Krush,
Right.
Harika Dronavalli playing Zhansaya Abdumalik, and Gunay Mammadzada playing the tournament leader Zatonskih.
Our marquee matchup.
And a bye round for Khotenashvili.
That's the only way you can stop this lady from her winning streak. She's on it. And they've been fighting very, very hard. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. There's a total of $180,000 in prizes. The first place winner is going to win $45,000. Second place, $35,000. Third, $25,000.
Very generous indeed, and a prize fund all the way down to 10th and final place of $6,000 as the players returning from their rest day get ready for battle here in round 6. You see Kosteniuk?
Some of the other players are also struggling with allergies.
Yes, it seems that way. I definitely picked up on that as well. Here are the flowers in full bloom here in St. Louis.
Summer in St. Louis.
Exactly. And again, for me, this matchup between Alexandra and Irina, huge matchup, two legends of chess. And I remember very vividly 2016, the Olympics, where it was USA versus Russia.
I was about to mention that.
Yeah, same colors as well.
I was on that team.
Exactly.
I witnessed it firsthand.
Exactly. And for those who weren't there, it was really extraordinary because, as we see Elisabeth and Nana getting ready for battle, what happened was Irina made a 3-move repetition claim, and it was disallowed. Mm-hmm. And it should have been a draw, but Alexandra felt obligated to play on because the draw offer was disallowed, and Alexandra lost that game. Irina went on to win, and I believe we won that match.
Yes, I lost my game early, and then I was feeling obviously very
badly.
bad.
Yeah.
And then after Irina's win, our team won, and I forgot all about my loss.
Exactly. So you see Gunay ready with the white pieces as well. So let's talk a moment about Anna's fantastic result. Because, as we know, she's a women's grandmaster, but also an international master. We see Harika entering the playing hall. There's an outside or even a good possibility that Anna could make a grandmaster norm. Talk to us a little bit about that, Almira. What does Anna have to do to make a grandmaster norm? And by the way, what is a grandmaster norm?
Well, in order to achieve a supreme title in chess, the title of Grandmaster, you need to fulfill 3 norms in different international events, and of course this means that you played against a very strong opposition. This also proves how strong this tournament is. So Anna Zatonskih, she bears the title of International Master, and she has only 3 games left. So I think that she needs to make 2 out of 3 in order to fulfill her first Grandmaster norm.
Wow, very exciting moment for Anna here. Maybe a second win in chess as we see Alexandra opening 1e4, not backing down from the challenge. She knows that Irina likes open Sicilian positions, and
We see the Sicilian.
right on cue. See, do you think there for just a moment, because Alexandra had lost on the white side of the French, that it might have flashed in her mind to play a French defense?
Possibly, but the game you mentioned at the Olympiad, Irina did play Sicilian.
Exactly.
And won that game, so why not repeat it?
Exactly, and I've got...
However, I remember another Olympiad game. It was online, FIDE online Olympiad that I also played on the US team.
Right.
And Kosteniuk was playing Irina. They had Sicilian, and Alexandra just checkmated in a very beautiful game.
Oh my, okay.
So, they
So
still
which
love
is
to
the
play-
freshest memory, right? With the win or the
Right.
loss?
They still love to play Sicilian against each other.
Nice. It hasn't been a guest that often in this event. In fact, I think it's the first time we're seeing a Catalan, Gunay, against Anna Zatonskih, 3G2, G3. Anna is very, very well versed in Queen's Gambit decline positions, playing them both on the white as well as the black side, but G2, G3, it'll be an interesting challenge to see what Anna... I'm very happy. Anna played quickly, knight f6, bishop g2.
So it's Catalan without knight being on f3 yet.
Exactly. Now, there's basically 2 schools of thought regarding when you're black and you're facing the Catalan. The first school of thought is you maintain the pawn on d6. You may play, for example, c7, c6, b7, b6, bishop b7, but the whole point is you keep the diagonal block. That's what you would call the Catalan closed. The second idea of the Catalan is, as black, you capture the pawn, known as the open Catalan. 2 very, very extremely different kettle of fish. Books have been written on both, and there are certain players that always play the closed and others who have always played the open. I've always liked on the black side to play the closed, and I always liked it on white when they played the open against me, which is kind of intriguing. And then, of course, our other game, our marquee matchup, let's just jump to Irina Krush. Oh,
Queen takes
Queen
d4.
takes d4. A very rare guest, Almira. Queen takes d4, but I have seen it popping up a little bit more increasingly, and I've even witnessed some games where white has dropped the queen back to d2 as opposed to playing the immediate bishop b5. What's the current state of theory on this one?
Well, it's a very interesting opening choice, and it has become very popular lately. I wanted to show you that there are a few moves in this position after queen d4. First, you can start and play a6 here, because as Yasser previously told you, that after knight c6, bishop b5 is one of the main continuations. So black can make here a very witty move, clever move, a6. Then if you play c4, you establish the Maroczy bind. Black plays knight c6, and here it's very important to play this strange move, queen d2 or queen e3. Why? Because black's idea here is to play g6. White will always develop the bishop on the long diagonal, but here there is a very nice move, bishop h6, and you can actually exchange the dark square bishops if you wouldn't have this nice move, queen c3. And this idea is not working in this position anymore.
Right.
So then here, after c takes d4, queen d4, knight c6, bishop b5 is one of the main moves. And now, well, there have been queen e3 here, but only recently I've seen, and even Magnus Carlsen played this with white against Peter Svidler. So this is also a very interesting idea, but I think that the main line still remains bishop b5. So
I have to interrupt
Bishop
you,
d7.
Almira, apologies, but queen d3, a very, very rare move, has been played by Alexandra. Not bishop b5, but queen d3 over the
Yes.
course of hundreds of years and millions of games. We only have like a dozen examples.
Yes,
queen
we
d3.
only have 14 games, as it seems, after knight c6 and queen d3. Let me have a look. It hasn't been played on the top level. So
Okay.
after knight c6, queen d3, what if black played g6?
Normal
This is the main
continuation, yeah.
idea, of course, in this position. Then maybe Alexandra doesn't want to play b3, but she wants to play knight c3, develop her bishop, and maybe castle long. So let's have a look. Bishop g7. What can we try here? Bishop g5, let's say knight f6. And can you actually castle long here?
Sure.
It looks quite dangerous, Yasser, to me.
Yeah, I'm still wondering why the queen on d3 may be very well placed or in the way. Definitely a very fighting kind of a move to get Irina out of her usual. But I wanted to talk about Irina's usual because against knight f3, she doesn't often play the Najdorf.
E6, yes.
Yeah, I think her go-to has been e7, e6, much or even most of her career. So a little bit off the track with d7, d6, and really unusual, uncommon, queen d3.
This doesn't, yes, I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
please.
It just, I wanted to explain Alexandra's choice because I think it simply doesn't allow Irina's beloved rouser. So that's why Alexandra played queen d4, and thus we have a very unusual position starting from the opening. And then the players are they're entering the uncharted territory already after queen d3.
Gotcha. And in their head-to-head matches?
Couldn't be more even. They've played 22 games, 9 wins for both of them, and 4 draws.
They don't like making draws, do they? Now, Irina, 8-time champion of America. How many times has Alexandra won the Russian ladies? We know she's a former women's world champion. That's pretty darn good right there. But I think she's won the Russian championship a number of times. Probably is not as many as 8 or even 7 French titles that you bear.
Actually, I have one title in mind, and it was a very special one because chess players very often, of course, get prizes. But for this tournament, Alexandra, she got a prize, but she also won a car. So it was one, yes, it was one of her recent titles.
Wow. Does she drive?
Yes, she does.
Oh, very nice.
Fun
Very
fact,
nice.
actually, a lot of grandmasters don't have driver's licenses. It's a common thing in
Really?
the chess world, yes.
Wow.
I think she won the
Okay.
Russian championship twice, then the European championship, then the World Cup, the World Championship. So she has too many titles under her belt.
Nice. A game that I want to jump to is with Elisabeth and Nana, because here we have an open Sicilian, if you will.
We have a
But of course, it's a
dragon.
dragon Sicilian. And here we kind of get a feeling for where White's queen more or less properly belongs. Not usually on the d3 square, but on the d2 square. So it's not interfering with the development of the light squared bishop, and it's very much supporting bishop going to h6. Knight takes d4, also a little bit rare. I mean, the very, very standard move here, bishop d7, I think has by far most common. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, bishop e6, all still very, very theoretical. Queen a5 and castles. Now, I always actually thought that this position was favorable for White because the idea was that with the kings on opposite side, I, as white, really want to welcome this pawn structure because I thought the white king is actually very, very safe. And the black king, after g4 and g5 and h4 and h5 can come under fire. And it's very hard for black, conversely, to go like b5, b4, a5, a4, and put the white king under fire.
The pawns on the queen side are doing an amazing job defending
Exactly.
the king.
It's a kind of a cocoon, I like to say, and I remember numerous games of Viswanathan Anand where he'd have such a structure. He'd play a3, king a2, tuck his king behind this barrier of pawns and be very, very safe. So it'll be interesting to see how Nana handles this. I noticed that Elisabeth, by the way, after the move queen a5 is stopped, maybe she's considering castling short. A move actually I don't really know too much about.
Excuse me.
The difference here is that now bishop takes b3 only invites a takes b3, where, you know, thank you for the tempo. Why did you put your queen on a5? So maybe Elisabeth is thinking about bishop takes b3. And Almira, over to you. What's the latest and greatest in opening theory where the dragon is concerned?
Well, the latest and greatest, I don't know yet, but I remember this line vividly, and this is a long theoretical line which leads to a slightly better position for white. But let's have a look what happens after the long castle. So castle long here, and b5 is a very natural move in this position. Black is starting the attack on the white's king. So here, a very important resource after king b1, b4 is knight d5. You have to exchange, of course, a few pieces. And after black's capture on d5, you fix the pawn on e7. This is also a very important element in this position, to understand this position. So queen b5. Why queen b5? Because now you want to play a5 and a4. So you have to do something about it, and I think queen d3 is the best move in this position, so you need to exchange queens. Here knight d7 or rook f8. Why I don't like rook f8? Because I think that I will play rook e1, rook c7, and maybe not immediately rook e3, but I should do, but at least, yes, I have this idea of doubling the rook on the e file and attack the pawn on e7. But I think knight d7 is the main move in this position, then bishop g7, king g7, and Elisabeth is aiming once again for a slight advantage out of the opening, so she can press Nana and playing cautiously with no risk.
Yeah, I remember Anatoly Karpov defeating Tony Miles in this ending, and it made a very powerful impression on the chess world, so much so people literally stopped playing this ending as black because they didn't want to lose in the same way. Turn our attention to another game because Harika played a move at I think it's much more common to play the move h2, h4 later in the game. Usually after you've played bishop to c4, you've castled, you put your rooks on e1 and d1 in true style of Lev Polygaevsky. He won very famous games as white with that. But this move h2, h4 by Harika, this early in the game, okay, kind of threw me for a loop. Tell us about h2, h4, Almira. First of all, is it a novelty? It's certainly unusual for me.
It's very unusual indeed, but a lot of recent games in this variation. So h4 was tried by Hare Krishna, Gukish, Vei, even Fabiano Caruana. So you had to study, you have to do your homework.
Good names.
But what surprises me the most, that the first games, all ended in a defeat for white. So it's a very dangerous line. I think that may backfire. Of course, it's a dangerous strategy. I think that, Harika made h4, and then Zhansaya replied by knight c6. But what I see that the main move in this position is b6. Yes, you have to develop your bishop here. If you continue with h5, and this is the game between Fabiano Caruana and Dominguez Perez Lenier, so it went like h6, and then, wait for it, g4. So I wanted to draw your attention yes, to the position which could have been in this game. But
and where was that game played, the one you just cited between Lenier and Fabi?
Well, I don't have the. Unfortunately, I don't have the information here in the database. So I'm afraid, yes, to click and destroy everything.
Well, the reason why I asked is I don't want it to be from a 5-minute game, a blitz game, versus a classical game, because when you play h4, h5, and g4, you ain't castling inside anymore. You're burning some bridges over there. h4, knight c6. Again, you just mentioned that b6 was the main move. Why is knight c6 to be preferred?
Let's say the computer already evaluates the position as slightly, tiny better for white. And I think that in many variations, well, when white will play d5, and with a tempo, and then d6, you will have a very powerful passed pawn. So let's have a look. In those games, white played bishop b2 or bishop b5. The computer, however, suggests first rook d1.
Okay.
Overprotect the pawn on d4, and probably asks black, what is your next useful move, h6 or b6? So let's say b6, because for me this looks very natural. Then bishop c4, so not on e2, bishop b7, and simply castle. Then you ask yourself a question, why did you play h4 here? So it's very interesting to understand this position. So I think, sorry, let's have a look, knight c6. Here, there is another option, but bishop c4 and castle. Once again, let's say after knight c6, what happens if we try h5 and we continue with this variation? So h6, then once again rook d1, queen e7, and can you try g4 here? But after e5, computer indicates that, of course, black is already winning because g4 is under attack. So even after d5, he says that you can take on g4, d takes c6, and bishop f3. In this variation, well, it's quite easy.
And you are out.
Yes, and you're out. So I'm not sure that...
We're seeing Zhansaya walk around, and she has a piece in her hand that she took from the board.
A captured piece, I hope. Yeah.
Yes,
just
I
walking
assume so.
around. Well, those knights are really nice. They're incredibly beautifully carved and triple weighted. So she feels comfy with the knight. Now, a lot of times the amateur players ask a salient question: when should I be trading queens? And my answer always is, don't trade queens when you're on the attack, and when you're on the defense, look for queen trades. So I'm seeing the move knight c6, and I'm thinking to myself, white's move h4 is a commitment that I'm going to go. I'm going to go for the attack. Whether or not it involves g4, well, that's a different point of view. So I'm thinking that one of the reasons why knight c6 might be preferred. You play h5, yeah, I'm reaching for the h-pawn. I don't want you to play h6. But I'm also reaching for the queen. I'm thinking to myself, sure, go ahead, you can establish this, h6, g6.
But you're not worried about the black square weaknesses.
Right, I'm not worried about you going queen to g7 checkmate, because I will trade queens. Now, you can pull my knight away from the center, or you can do it in the same way Almira has been showing, which is, you can have your rook on d2 if you like, and okay, you've done something. You've put your pawn on h6. The argument is it an asset or is it a liability? I might try to make the idea that in the ending I'll go f6, g6, and I'll take the pawn. But that is why I would see the move knight c6 as something I might find attractive over what Almira said was the more common b6, bishop b7. Definitely keep an eye on this one.
Yeah,
See where shall we go?
I think with b6 and bishop b7, black
Yeah.
just welcomes this attack, h5 and g4,
Right.
like in Fabi's game. And VAR told us that that game was played in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Yes,
And Fabiano,
2018, yes.
Fabiano did lose because I assumed the attack failed and
Epic, epic fail.
it's over pushing when you go that far, h5, g4, so early in the game.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that, especially in Blitz and Rapid, the initiative, holding the initiative is it's such a good strategy to put pressure on the opponent. You can take a lot of risks. H4, G4, a lot of risk taking. And let's go to Anna Zatonskih's game because, again, she is our tournament leader. She's having a fantastic result. And should she score the much desired 2 out of 3 of her remaining games, she would get a Grandmaster norm, as Almira said, the supreme title
Yes.
in chess. Queen c2, a7, a6, a2, a4, knight c6, and the ladies are following very, very well-trodden path.
Yeah, I'm surprised Gunay is taking time to think here because I think queen c4 is the
Such
only
a standard move, yeah. Only might be strong. I can imagine somebody somewhere sometime
Sure.
may have played rook d1, but queen c4 is definitely the go-to move as
After
both
queen
players.
c4, I think the main move is queen d5.
Yes. Playing tag with the queen with one another. Usually white tries to maintain the queens. Queen d3, I think, is... do they go queen d3, queen f5, or queen d3, queen e4? What happens after queen d3?
I think knight bd2 is more common than
Oh, sorry.
queen d3 in this
Okay.
position. However, queen d3 is also playable.
Knight bd2.
Yes.
And then are we trading queens, or are we doing something else?
Don't remember. I think black trades.
All right, but definitely queen c4 we're expecting. Checking in on Irina because, again, you know, we talk about this a lot, surprising the opponent and playing unusual second, third, fourth moves. This move, queen d3, as played. A rare move, let's put it that way. But it's a reason why they're rare moves. It's a rare move because the engines, the convention, is suggesting that the queen is misplaced on d3. Now, from Irina's point of view, this bishop needs a better life. On the original diagonal, e7 diagonal, it's not going to have a good view, so she fianchettos her bishop, castles, castles, and now now white is asking herself a question. What's an active plan? What am I supposed to do? Where do I go? I mean, if I go bishop to g5, and black waits, say bishop to g5, bishop to e7, just putting some moves on the board. What's my bishop doing on g5, right? And black is going to go for the normal Sicilian play down the
So I have
c
a
file.
question.
Please.
If the queen wasn't on d3,
Yep.
we would have a dragon variation with short castle from white.
Yeah,
correct?
and then you might have a Nottingham variation where, let's say, the knight was on b3 because I took with the
Right,
knight on
took on
d4. But so what Alexandra is saying to herself is, okay, but you know, where's my play? And so she's playing the move knight d5, c2, c4, hoping to play either in the center or leveraging the queen side majority. That's it.
Yeah, that queen on d3 still looks very strange to me. Not used to seeing the queen there.
To me as well, and kind of begs the question, can I win a tempo? I love developing with a gain of tempo, if I might.
Queen b... As long as we're not losing that b7 pawn.
Okay, wow, I mean, the training's working. Queen to b3, okay, but c2 is hanging.
Yes.
So I'm not really too concerned about losing the pawn, but what do I do with my knight? That's the question, right? So something like knight...
I had a similar idea because I like bishop f5 developing with the tempo.
Sure.
Another idea would be, instead of exchanging on d5, to go
Okay.
knight d7 and attack the queen with the tempo with a knight.
Knight to e5 with a tempo.
Or c5, depends.
Yeah, again, you're kind of thinking, you're trying to prove to white that she wrong-footed
Yes.
her queen, put it on a square where it's vulnerable either to knight to c5, a fork of the queen and pawn. Something about knight d7 I find attractive. But once again, just to pursue finally this let's say most direct plan, because what can be simpler than capturing and attacking with a gain of tempo?
Queen a4.
Okay, so I'm probably chasing you all the way to the other side of the board if I go
Yes,
bishop
I would
to
go
d7.
queen h4.
Queen h4 all the way over to the other side of the board. And if I go rook to c8, I'm tickling bishop. If you go
I have
bishop
to
here,
play c3.
I won't necessarily take this pawn, leaving my knight on pre. Something like b6,
If I take and go, our b2 pawn is also hanging.
right?
Yeah.
So at a certain moment, I feel you're almost obliged to play c3.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Maybe
but
even without bishop d2, since if I have to play c3, then I don't
might
want
as well
my
play
bishop
c3
on
right
d2.
away. Intriguing. I'm looking at a6, b5, trying to plant my flag. But over to you, Almira. What's the story with knight d5?
A few games have been played, but I try to understand this position myself, and I actually think that the key element is not to take on d5, because first of all, the computer agrees with me. He doesn't like the structure, but let me show the variation that you
Why?
missed.
Yeah.
Let's say knight d5.
Yeah. Okay.
He takes d5. So let's say if you play a very simple move like knight a5, bishop takes e5, and then c3, this structure, as you can see, the computer evaluates as slightly better. I think in the long run, much better for white, but
Okay.
your move bishop f5 is, of course, the most concrete continuation here, but I think that white has to play simply queen d1 here, and what you
Okay.
probably missed in your analysis is that after knight b4, I can simply play c3, knight c2, and then g4, and then white is
Uh-oh.
winning, yes. And other than that, of course, you're having a comfortable advantage in this
Right.
position.
Queen d1, just coming home. By the way, Irina didn't play the knight d7, and I like knight d7. She said, look, bishop to g4, completing my development, and
She's planning to take on f3
yes.
and
yes.
then go knight e5.
Or knight d4. So for example, h3, bishop takes, knight e5 would lead to a trade of two
Simple.
pairs of minor
And then she could
pieces.
also exchange the other knights and
Exactly.
really simplify the position.
And if you take with the queen,
Then knight d4.
then knight d4, and essentially she's just traded two pairs of minor pieces off the board. Why is that important? Because it helps her, that is to say black, she's got the half open c-file. The move bishop g4 is a precursor to rook to c8. And again, is this still, are we still in theory, Almira, after bishop to g4? The game's been played?
Yes, I have a few games, and actually, Alexander Shimanov seems to be the specialist of this line. And after bishop g4, the move c3 was played 2 times. And I think the idea is that if you take on f3, first you capture on f6, so bishop f6, and then you take with the queen here, and so you have your bishop pair, and maybe well claim that you have a slight advantage, slight edge in this position. But I seriously doubt it, because black's pieces are wonderful. So you maybe
No
it will be
targets.
yes, no targets, and maybe it will be difficult to come up with a plan. So what is black's plan in this position? Yes, sir. What do you think?
Well, again, it's so standard for me to see the Sicilian play on the c-file and the queen side, maybe with a6 and b5 as well, tossed in.
And eventually b4.
Yes.
tickle that C3 pawn.
Yes. Sorry,
But
I brought up another game. Which
point
game?
out in the Zatonskih game, Gunay did play a new move that I haven't seen before in this position. We talked about queen c4 being the main move.
Exactly.
Possibly rook d1 is also an option, but she played knight a3.
Now that's a pure pawn sacrifice. She's offering the pawn on d4.
Right.
Knight takes d4. Shall we look at it? Let's take a
It's
look.
also allowing b5 in a lot of lines, even right away.
b7, b5. The difference is that the
Rook is
rooks, a moment ago you couldn't play b5, a, b. Your rook would have been hanging. Now you've put your knight in the way. So b5, always you start to think, okay, this bishop on g2 is waiting in ambush, but knight e5, knight takes
Right.
d4 ends any aspirations you might have
And,
of exploiting the
I
diagonal.
heard from VAR that knight a3 is a novelty.
Okay, well, normally speaking, in a Catalan that has been played for so many decades at the very highest level, people stop when we see novelties. Knight a3, tell us what's going on, Almira.
It's a very interesting novelty, but let's explore your move knight d4, maybe on your board.
Okay,
So
knight.
actually, this is the move that computer likes the least because let's
least.
see. Yes, after knight d4, queen d4, he evaluates this position as a bit equal after knight c4, and white is a pawn down. So it means that white has a lot of possibilities to create a dynamic play and to fight for the initiative.
Right.
So if rook d8 here, remember that your bishop here is not developing anytime soon because all these pawns are quite weak, so you have to deal with those as well. So what about bishop b3, maybe queen d7, and I was thinking rook fd1.
Picking up tempi, and your bishop on g2 especially is looking very attractive. Yep.
But here I like Nazi's proposal. That's the first move that I was analyzing.
B5.
Yes, of course. And you would want to play knight e5, but here black has always this important resource in many lines that you can, especially with the queen on c2, that you can play knight e4, knight b4, then the queen goes to d1, and then you can interpose your knight here, or even knight fd5. Yes, I think knight bd5 in white's knight c6, so knight fd5 is a very precise move here.
Right.
And then how can you continue? If you play e4, the move you do not make easily in these positions because you close the bishop on g2. Then you can simply play knight b6 or knight f6, depending on the position, of course. So
Exactly.
my personal choice would be to play knight f6 here.
Question, Almira.
if you take-
Instead of knight b4, was there anything wrong with taking on d4 after knight e5?
Knight e5, let's have a look.
Take
Yes.
like here, can black play knight takes d4?
No, you can take it. It's the
Okay.
second line, of course. So then after queen d1, you can even play knight b3. So it's a quite,
Right.
yes, direct line. And the computer
That's
thinks
crazy.
that black is much better, but it hesitates. Let's say queen d8, rook d8. What might be the problem here? So bishop a8, knight a1. It's a very
A lot of exchanges.
yes, a very concrete
Long-winded
line. So,
variation,
well,
yeah.
black is only slightly better here. That's why I think that he goes for the other line. So after knight a1, maybe you can even play knight c6 here,
Right.
capture the bishop. So let's say, what is the evaluation at the end of all these exchanges? And now you can take on b5.
Right. White has the two bishops, double pawns, draw most likely. And how do these players match up on their head-to-head line scores?
Let's take a look. Wow, they've played a lot of games.
Wow, they certainly have.
Mostly draws, 9 draws, and 1 win for Anna.
Okay. Wow. All right. So knight a3. And dare I ask, along with the move knight a3, if I play, let's say, more or less conventional move, if I play the move knight b4 and you play queen takes c4, is it permitted to ask, what is the knight doing on A3?
Very good question.
Like, okay, I want to follow it up very concretely with the move B5. It's sort of like, what's the whole purpose of a gambit? The whole idea of a gambit is you invest a pawn, possibly even a knight, for development.
Right.
So white offers a gambit, black offers a gambit. You wanted to bring out your pieces quickly, so do I. If you take
I cannot
twice,
accept pawn on B5.
I wanted to ask if you did. I was going to go bishop A6, and first of all, I'm picking back my pawn, but
I would have to go queen C3 after the exchanges.
like trait.
Yeah, but I'm walking into more tempi, like knight E4 or knight E5.
Right, and I was also thinking. So I mean, I'm kind of asking I think I'm asking a very salient question. What is the knight doing on A3? And maybe I played it wrongly for white. Maybe you're supposed to play queen D1.
I'm going to guess that knight A3's idea is to take on C4 with the knight.
Clear.
So let's look at queen D1. Let's
Okay.
say she's not taking the pawn yet.
Exactly. And in this particular case, say bishop D7, I'm trying to get back to, let's say, not sacred ground, not hallowed ground, but the trodden territory of putting the bishop, opposing the bishop, and then the knight, which is usually maybe on the C3
Right.
square, is now on the C4 square. You can occupy, I don't know. I'm trying to suggest that there are other ways for black as well. Knight takes D4, knight B4, and even, and once again, for those who are joining us late, the tournament standings are messed up. We have Humpy is missing, our #1 seed and defending champion. She has dropped out of the tournament due to illness. A lot of her future opponents will now get a bye. Some of the players have played 4 games, some of the players have played 5. Anna.
But in the moment, Anna is in the first place, clear first, and Bella in the clear second.
And as I pointed out, Irina Krush could potentially also be tied for first. When Anna gets her bye, Irina will be at the board playing. As we've been looking at this very interesting knight A3 novelty. Back to you, Almira. Do your best to refute knight B4. I see you got queen D1 on the board.
No, I tried a few moves here actually, because knight A3 is a very mysterious move indeed,
Right.
a new concept in this position. And I don't know if you remember the Gunay's interview. I asked her a question: if there would be only one opening, if she would play till the end of her life, what would it be? And she said the Catalan. So I think that she studied this opening quite deeply. And let's have a look. After knight B4, I thought that probably white's idea is to play queen B1. So you protect the rook on A1, and maybe after B5, you can actually take on B5. This will justify white's strategy, at least till some point. So let's say if you take on B5, then I will take the pawn knight B5. So very often after playing B5, your idea is probably to play bishop B7. Of course, I can no longer play E4 here. So let's see. If I play rook A8 here, so if queen A8, can I take on C7? Wow. That was my question. But I don't think so, because after queen A5, the knight is doomed. So queen A8 is actually possible in this position.
Right.
And then the natural move would be bishop F4.
Right.
But I don't really think that black has any problems here. So knight B4 is also a very interesting try in this position after knight A3. But I do like, it's my personal preference, B5,
Nice.
which Nazi suggested, yes.
Nice. By the way, turning to the game of Harika for just a moment, again...
Zhansaya, listen to you.
Yeah, well, it was like this opening move, H2, H4, this early, I want to attack. You want to attack, I'll take away your prime attacking.
Strongest attacking piece.
The queen A5 was played, and then Harika said, okay, we'll take the queen. Open C file, I'll put my rook on the c file. Seems to be a little bit of a logic glitch there going on. I'm not a big fan. If you're going to play the move rook c1, play it, right? Like just put it on the board.
So you think Harika lost the tempo?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, if I was in her white shoes, maybe bishop e2, waiting for queen a5, then I would have the same game position with my bishop on e2. Anyway, we did have a trade.
If she played rook c1 in this position, it doesn't make that much
play
sense.
bishop.
Right.
Well,
bishop e2 is good.
Well,
But
no,
rook
I like
c1
rook c1 from the perspective you're not going to play b6.
But I can play queen b6, rook d8.
Okay, that's a
And then you would
different
have to
kettle.
move the
You're
rook
right.
back.
Yeah. Okay, but then I don't know.
It's different.
Yeah, it's different. It's different. Okay, she did play rook to d1, queen a5, trade, rook to c1, b7, b6, and no less an authority than Bobby Fischer used to play these endings as black, and he felt himself very, very comfortable. Why? Because it's what the old Soviet school used to call the chopping block, the open C file. The rooks would get chopped. For example, we might have, say, bishop d3 on the board, bishop b7 on the board, king e2 on the board, rook c8, and literally there would be trading of rooks, and all the rooks would come off. Bobby liked the queenside pawns. He thought that the center would get blocked by king f8, king e7. So we'll keep an eye on this game as well. It's sometimes in modern chess, it's sort of like they go from the opening to the end game, Almira. And what does the oracle tell us about this ending?
Well,
Evenish?
No, slightly better for white. And truth to be told, it's not rare that in Grunfeld, especially when you have this rook which is moving, sometimes you play rook b1, you provoke a6, then you move rook c1 or rook d1. So I think that this is not so unusual for this position. And here I have a move for you. Of course, you can make natural moves, but you can make a move king d2. And then if black plays bishop b7, you can play king e3 first. And wait, you will see if there is a better square for your bishop. Maybe it's b5, maybe it's d3. But I actually like this proposal. And this move h4, it's a very important thing that on h5, the black, I'm pretty sure, is almost forced to play h6 because it's not so much designed to attack here, but to, let's say, we will play move. If we can, I will make a pass. So if you play h5 and you will let me play, let's say I will pass once again, you will let me play h6, this is going to be very unpleasant. And when you swap both rooks, I think this endgame is practically winning for black, for white.
Wow.
Wow. You know me, I like to be the contrarian, Almira, especially where you're concerned. For me, in that variation you just showed us, let's say king d2 and bishop b7, king e3, rook to c8. Where did you put your bishop? Bishop to d3, yes?
No,
b5.
Let's say I can play bishop b5.
Bishop to b5. So what I want to say is that all my life I've been this provocative player, and I've liked to coax my opponent into playing moves like h6 and h5 and h6. So a move like, actually, in this, your bishop's on b5. I have to be a little bit mindful, yes? So
Here.
it's sort of like, in this position,
h7
no, what I want, sorry, I'll make a bad move for white for just a moment. What I really wanted was this structure as black, so that I could go nibbling, right? You know, I wanted to invite the pawn to h6, where I hoped it would be
I think that will
trapped.
only work in the pawn ended. Because as long as there are more pieces on the board, white has, if your king moves far enough, there is bishop d7.
Exactly.
At some point there might be e5 and
h7.
breaking the chain of f6, g5.
Okay.
So,
but I'll go with you on this one. h5 almost always will coax h6. By the way, we really enjoyed your reaching out and joining us on the show. And there's a way that you can stump our panel of experts and join the conversation.
Yes, you can send us tweets using hashtag Cairns Cup, or you can send us your questions on any of the social media channels, including YouTube and Twitch, at St. Louis Chess Club channel.
Absolutely. So do have your questions ready. By the way, it went through my mind, Almira, when you were saying, how do you like the strategic idea of king d2, bishop b7, king e3, where the king is well placed on e3? And it went through my mind as a strategic player that I compare pieces. So if you've got a good knight, my knight's not so good, I'm going to try to trade your knight. So how does black trade kings? Get rid of that king on e3. That's really your best piece. So trading kings, look for it in your games.
When I see king on e3, my intuition tells me to play f5, but here it's probably a very weakening move.
I don't know, kind of.
Because I'm creating a long-term weakness on e6.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. You know, don't give up on your ideas. I mean, you've got to you've got to keep them. Nobody else will. But in Grunfeld's, this move f5 actually, and if we end up taking, I
could also take with the pawn even and open e-file.
Right. Also with the even with the king on e3.
Rook e8, rook d8, and.
Or rook e8 and rook d8. Yeah, I kind of like it. Almira, f7, f5, counter-attacking the king in the center of the board.
f5, then white has this very interesting move, knight g5. And of course, you shouldn't take on f5 and give this square for free. But let's say if you will take, I think white's idea is to play bishop a6 here and to control the c file.
No more
look at your knight. Beautiful knight on a4.
Not the chopping block that we want it to be. By the way, in the game, no king e3. I do believe
no king d2.
No king d. No, there was
bishop
king
d3 first.
What? Really?
Yeah.
It went b6. Okay, sorry.
Bishop d3 first, and now king d2.
I saw the king on d2, and I saw the
video.
Okay, so bishop d3, keeping in reserve the idea of king e3. By the way, also maybe just stopping f7, f5 now. So maybe rook to c8, h5, h6, and you know, I'm looking at this endgame, but it really looks standard to me. It does. I mean, like, I've seen what appears to me quite a number of games. I would probably jump with my knight to the center. Let's go back to our tournament.
Let's go to Irina's game.
Yes.
Because there have been some exchanges after bishop g4. I think that's where we stopped.
First of all, it was bishop g4, c2, c3.
Knight d7.
Knight d7.
I actually like that Irina developed the bishop first before going knight d7.
Because?
Because the bishop's developed.
That's what you tell your students? Develop your pieces first.
Simple answers are usually the correct answers.
For me, this move, bishop takes f3, doesn't come naturally. For me, I really like waiting for the question to be asked, h2, h3. Would bishop f3 have come?
I think once you play bishop g4, knight d7, you're committed to the idea to exchange. So,
is she thinking that she might try to trap?
I would.
Yeah.
Maybe
G5.
not trap, but let's play
Well,
g5.
hold on, because it goes g5, bishop, right?
e6.
e6 first or knight e5 first, but okay, e6.
I want the knight to be on e3 before I play knight e5.
And then the idea was something like, no, maybe this is an overreach. I don't know. You're trying to.
That seemed pretty aggressive. If it doesn't work,
right?
We weakened a lot. So let's say I take and then play f4 myself.
Okay, now we pause because I get on my Superman outfit and I go pawn hunting.
Bishop f2. I think my only move.
You know what? I made an oversight. the bishop on e2 is actually defended.
Oh, yeah.
In my mind's eye, I was taking, and I forgot that it's actually defended. I'm not winning, and this I'm not happy. Okay, there I've messed up my own pawn structure. An overreach on my part. F7, F5, bishop
Maybe
G3.
you can play e6, knight e3, and immediately f5.
Once again, e6, knight f3. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I have knight on c6.
And the other knight can go to f6.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And this is where I go pawn hunting. Just a second. I'm very proud of myself, everybody.
Look at white's pieces.
It looks
Knight
very,
e3,
very...
bishop g3, queen h3.
It looks very strange. The queen is huddled on h3. So wait a minute. So g5, bishop g3,
e6.
e6. Well, I really don't want to go anywhere.
Right.
Wait a minute. If Alexandra has to give up her bishop, she's got maybe not only next to nothing, she could even stand slightly worse.
I do have to take.
Yeah. We're looking at the game of Alexandra and Irina, and we're sensing some opportunity here, Almira. Clear the cobwebs. Is Irina landed on her feet in this position?
Well, she certainly equalized. Right? The computer thinks that bishop takes f3 is slightly better than queen takes f3, because now here you're absolutely right, g5.
Right.
So bishop g3 and knight e6, knight e3, and knight c e5 is
Right.
So knight d5 that you were analyzing
Was
is
the
actually
wrong.
losing. Yes, after
Yeah.
queen h5, computer evaluates this position as +2, but after knight e5, white has to take on e5, so probably knight e5 will follow. But I don't think that white is worse here, especially that they can play queen g3 and f4, so you will probably play, what if you play knight g6 here? Let's say I will put a rook on d1, and then after bishop b5, maybe queen h3.
For me, I love. Pardon me. I love the knight on e5 already. Just a second. I've got the, bishop takes, knight takes, and I'm thinking I've got my pawn on g5. So if you play f4 and I take it and I get to go queen g5, I'm a happy camper. I've played the English my whole career. I love the fianchetto. So even though the engine says equal, I would look at this position and I say, well, why aren't I better as black? I want to play b5. I want to play rook b8, b4. And if you do what you've suggested, f4, I mean, this knight on e5 is a real beast.
Yeah.
It's powerful. I personally find myself favoring black, even though the computer says even. So something to think about, but we're going to pause our analysis, a good piece of analysis, by the way, for a social media question. This one is from Rod Davis on Facebook, and he asks,
Intuition versus pattern recognition. Is one more important than the other? Thanks.
Absolutely, Rod. For me, pattern recognition tells me that you've been working on your game. Intuition kind of suggests that you just got to the board for the first time and, I'm going to go with this. I'd like to say that Garry Kasparov was one of the most extraordinary talents ever, but when you saw his work product, his output on his notebooks, and how much he worked on the game, I would say pattern recognition really emphasized this natural understanding ability that came from his intuition. Jump in. Intuition?
I think at least
Pattern recognition.
80% of chess is pattern recognition. So that's definitely more important than intuition. But if you have both, Then you've got the whole package.
Then you're an international grandmaster superstar. Almira, jump in.
Well, I actually thought that the intuition was a direct consequences of pattern recognition. So I think the both are very much related because you've seen so many games, you've studied so much that those intuitive moves for me have nothing to do with the supernatural power. Actually, it's because well, there is so much knowledge that when, especially during rapid games and blitz games, those moves come very easy to the players who worked so hard. So, and here in this position, Yasser, I wanted to tell you that you are comparing me to a NASCAR driver. Yes, after B5, I'm going to play A4. Not at all. You know, I am a perfect product of the Soviet, chess school. So a little quiet prophylactic move, A3. And if you play A5, then of course I can probably take on B5. And if you play Rook B8, then I will solidify my bishop on B5. So I think that, Alexandra will react
We
here.
are heading to this position because Irina did play E6, and next couple of moves are pretty forced.
Pretty forcing, yeah.
Yeah, I think that we are going to have this position on the board. So after Queen G3, B5 is a very nice try. So A3. Here you cannot follow up with A5, so you have to find another move. Here maybe Queen C7 or Queen E7 is more precise, just to keep an eye also on the king side.
Yeah, I might have been a little bit partial to Rook B8 instead. Just, again, I'm not giving up yet. I want to go A5 and B4, but also I want to meet F4, Almira, your move F4, with the captures and Queen G5. So I think if I go Queen E7, it's a half tempo that maybe
As long as we
wasted.
keep the knight on E5, black has to be better.
I got that great knight, so we'll keep an eye on that. By the way, this move Knight A3
Gunay's game.
in Gunay's game, Anna, we know Anna loves those long pauses of hers, and especially in the early openings, middle game. But this has been a big one.
For almost half an hour.
Wow. Okay, Knight A3 is really
But she does
taking us
have
into the
a
tank.
critical decision to make.
Right.
And we always say in the
B5.
critical moments you should spend 20 minutes to maybe even 40 minutes depending on how critical the moment is.
Exactly. So Knight D4, Knight B4, and B5 are three absolutely
She has good
high-powered
options,
moves.
but all those moves would lead to a very different type of positions. So
Exactly.
that's what she's thinking about.
Exactly. Actually, and just no, it's a ridiculous move. Apologies.
Which one?
Queen D5. It's a completely ridiculous move.
What's the idea? So
Wh-
if I take knight C4,
Exactly. If you play knight takes C4, I was thinking to myself, okay, if I go knight B5,
I
knight
have some
B4.
tactics. If I play
Yeah.
queen B3,
Well, I was thinking if you play queen C3, I was going to tickle knight E4. Queen B3, and I was wondering, what is the... I mean, I might be setting myself up for a complete and absolute disaster on the
let's say
long
knight
diagonal.
F to E5 here.
Okay, that's a slurp, right?
I'll
take a P.
change up.
Okay, and at the end of the day, are you happy?
Rook B1.
Okay, exactly, Rook B1. So that's one pawn, but I
Yeah,
am...
I'm happy.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
why?
can play, if nothing else, I can always come back bishop F3, but
That is true. You could retreat, although, yeah, you're kind of giving up with the two bishops a little bit. I could go bishop. Okay, interesting. I realize that there's a good reason why Anna is in the tank,
do you
because she
think
does
she's
have a
also
lot of...
considering bishop takes A3?
And that's a fourth. Absolutely, why not?
You can take
takes
bishop
A3.
A3 and then take on D4.
And that's a completely different kettle of fish.
Right.
Yeah. So lots for Anna to think about. As we're getting near to our first break, it's usually a good idea to check in with our good friends at Q Boutique, stlouis.com, to see what is the daily special. And we have it, a women's jacket. This is what you've seen all of the players wearing, by the way.
I have one. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I noticed you snaggled that one. This is the official women's jacket of the 2023 Cairns Cup Chess Tournament. It is crafted from 100% polyester, features the Cairns Cup logo on the left breast pocket and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back of the collar. Stay comfy and stylish while you are making your next move. Available exclusively at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com for all your chess shopping needs. And I must say, I see the players walking around with it. They're very comfy.
They're comfy, yes.
They look good. They look good. And we'll be back on the other side of this break.
See you soon.
Hello, everyone. This is WGM and former U.S. Women's Champion Sabina Feuscher. I'm very excited to be here in St. Louis at the 3rd edition of the Cairns Cup. I'll be taking over St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts. So please, if you want to interact with me and see more behind-the-scenes actions and videos of the players, be sure to follow St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our standings after round 5. We have Anna Zatonskih in the clear first and Bella Khotenashvili in the clear second.
Exactly. Bella, however, is not playing today as she will have her bye. It's Elisabeth and Irina tied with her.
And all the games are still going on.
Very interesting games, I must say. I just wanted to talk about the game of Harika for a second because I saw that Zhansaya made an intriguing, I want to say, provocative decision. And in this position, King D2, I really expected
Trades on C8.
the chopping block, Rook to C8, trade the rooks, trade all the rooks, and then it's a mad dash for the center for the kings. An even position. Zhansaya, however, took a very different course. She played Rook D8, King E3, and I think what she's trying to say is, I don't want to play an endgame where your king's on the E3. I want to play a middle game where your king is potentially vulnerable. I think she just played the move knight b4. She's saying, give me your bishop or give me the pawn on a2. If you play the move bishop b1, which is kind of an attractive move.
Approach.
Yeah. I was thinking that Zhansaya's sitting there saying, maybe I could play a...
but I think knight before allows immediate rook c7.
That's the question I wanted to ask you. The provocative move knight b4 comes rook c7. Now, this is an endgame, I think, that's very favorable for white.
Even king d3 should be favorable for white.
Really?
The knight versus bishop with rook on c7.
Yeah, the rook on c7 is very, very strong.
Because I like that I have the knight, so I can go knight e5 or knight g5, and
exactly.
You help the rook.
And with the rook already posted on the 7th rank, that's a very healthy, aggressive-looking attack. So rook c7, I will pull in my horns for a moment. And now what are you going to do about these apples? Are you going to play knight e5? Are you going to play knight g5?
Calculating knight e5, do you have f6 or do I just go knight d7 and I win?
An exchange, right?
Yes.
Because, oops.
We have some move on the
Bishop
board.
to
Surprising.
c4.
Harika did not go rook c7.
None of the above.
None of the above.
I liked rook c7, and that was the question I was going to ask as we were coming back from our break. Did Zhansaya allow this very nice-looking rook c7 tempo?
Let's ask Almira. She has some
Let's
thoughts.
ask Almira and the Oracle.
Here it is. It reminds me of a Friends episode where Monica and Chandler are arguing about something, and then Phoebe sneaks in and she tells them, I can tell you.
I can tell you.
I can tell you. So rook c7, here it is. And actually knight b4 is a huge positional blunder, if I may
Really?
say. Yes, because it definitely allows rook c7. So let's say one of the variations that you analyzed, I think that after rook b8,
Knight e5.
knight e5. And what is interesting that after the move f6 that you suggested, white simply plays rook b1, and I think that what Harika could have achieved here is this position with a very powerful rook on the 7th rank, and
Exactly.
then rook bc1, and well, as you can see, the evaluation of the computer is
Huge.
more than, yes, +3. So here, after knight b4, rook c7, black could have played knight d3, but then simply king d3, bishop a6 checks, king e3, and very usual in, well, like in many openings, you have this bishop on a6, and you think, well, it's a very active bishop, but actually it doesn't do anything at all. So on a6, it's very passive. Here, knight e5 is still the threat. I will double my rooks on the c file at some moment. So this position is clearly better for white. And I don't know why Harika hesitated and played bishop c4 here. It's a very strange decision for me. So of course, white is still clearly better, but maybe it's not that obvious. Yes, if you play rook c8 here, I think rook h c1, and then maybe black should bring the king close to the
Yeah,
center.
it feels like a really missed opportunity there for Harika. Rook c7 definitely had our attention as we were just coming back from break, and maybe a little bit of a reprieve, but still a nice position for white.
Her position is still very pleasant, yes.
Yeah.
Just when you get a chance to play rook c7.
Yeah, they don't come along very often. We just like to take a short break to recognize an outstanding achievement by Hikaru Nakamura. Our big shout out to Hikaru as he leapfrogs Fabi in the last round of the Stavanger Norway Chess Tournament. Super, super strong event. And thanks to his great success, he's the #2 rated player in the world. So a big shout out to Hikaru. Very, very, very well done.
Congrats, Hikaru.
Absolutely. Congrats indeed. And after a 30-minute thing, or I dare say a 40-minute thing, we do have a move by Anna Zatonskih as our
It's
tournament
actually
leader.
almost an hour thing. Because
An hour? Okay. Talk about burning your clock. But she did make the most challenging, I think, of all of the alternatives, whether it was knight d4, bishop a3, knight b4, I think b7, b5 basically says to white, prove it. Prove your move, knight a3 is good. Now I have to
And
remember what we
Almira's
were-
favorite was b5.
Okay,
So-
Almira, take it away. The thing that probably forced Anna away from this, oh, pardon me, sorry, what I wanted to say before I jump to Almira is that the thing for Anna,
Yes.
which made her stop, is when you see knight a3, you know it's a novelty, you're thinking to yourself, I don't want to
Right.
walk into a chess engine approved variation, so let me double check that those variations work. And it was actually close to like a 50-minute thing, not even, because they start with 90, right? 130?
Yes, but you know, the first moves were made pretty fast. And
Okay.
then now she's down to 36
I
minutes.
see. Did
so-
she pick up that much time? But now let me turn to Almira as she has a special guest in studio.
Thank you, Yasser, and I'm joined in the studio by Emily Allred. Emily, you serve as a curator at the World Chess Hall of Fame, and well, I know that now you have a very new exhibition which is dedicated to T.S. Eliot, the American famous poet who was raised and born in St. Louis. Please tell us more about this exhibition.
Yeah, so this exhibition just opened a few weeks ago. It was curated by Francis Dickey, who is an expert and T.S. Eliot scholar. It explores Eliot's early life here in St. Louis, the influence that his family had in the city, as well as one of his most important contributions to literature, The Wasteland.
Well, there is a very interesting fact that Rex Sinkefeld, he is a huge admirer of T.S. Eliot poetry, but could you tell us, is there a link between T.S. Eliot and chess?
Eliot enjoyed the game, and he played chess, correspondence chess with his father. We actually have a photo of his father playing chess in the show. He also included a section in The Wasteland titled A Game of Chess, and it's influenced by plays that integrated the game into them, and it also includes a couple playing chess.
And so, what are the most interesting artifacts that the visitors can see at this exhibition?
Yeah, so Eliot was really well read, and he included references to all kinds of literature and philosophy into The Wasteland. And so people can listen to the poem read by local actors, but they can also see these different books and other publications that he integrated into his writing. We have also some really fun things like antique tarot cards, antique chess sets, things that he refers to in the poem.
Thank you. And the last question, because the tournament is taking place in the World Chess Hall of Fame, so how does it feel to see all these players daily? Do you follow the games, of course? And the players themselves are almost like the part of the exhibition.
Yeah, we did a really wonderful tour for some of the players yesterday who are competing in the championship, and that was really exciting just to see them here. And as a historian, it's also cool to see history being made, live right here in St. Louis.
Thank you very much. And please visit the exhibition at the World Chess Hall of Fame. And how many visitors did you have so far?
Oh, we're so
It's
busy
packed.
today. Summer break. So you have families coming from around the country, all wanting to see the Hall of Fame.
And there is, I think, another exhibition, The Sound Moves, which is, well, taking place right now.
Yeah, that's on view on our first floor. It's curated by our chief curator, Shan Bailey, and her husband, Bradley Bailey. And so there's a lot to see there. There are costumes from the Super Bowl halftime show with Katy Perry. There's also things related to chess players who are also musicians. There's classical, hip hop, country, just a little bit of something for everyone.
So now that I asked about that, so
Yeah.
which is your favorite piece in this exhibition?
So in Elliott, some of my favorite things I really like, we have bricks on view that are on loan to us from the National Building Arts Center, which is a museum located right across the river from us. And Elliott's father was the president of the hydraulic press brick company. So literally St. Louis was kind of his family's built into the fabric of the city. So it's cool to see these. They look really humble, but they're really interesting artifacts.
So if you get a chance, once again, please visit the World Chess Hall of Fame. And right in front of your screen, you have the tallest chess piece in the world.
Yes, yeah. It's incredible to walk past every day when you go into work and see. It's really sweet to see people taking their pictures with it every day.
Yes, you have an amazing professional environment, I might say.
Yes.
I envy you.
Oh, well, we're happy to have you here in St. Louis and hopefully see you more in the future, too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emily, and for everything you and the World Chess Hall of Fame do. By the way, when we are in the Central West End here in St. Louis, and there is a bust, a statue of T.S. Eliot, just about 200 meters away, as his family home was just down the street. So we are in history, so to speak. Saw that Zhansaya's kind of like ran aground there with the move h7, h6. The whole concept, if you will, remember a moment ago there was an open C file that was just begging for rooks to be traded. But she kind of moved her knight and rook around, and she's just played the move h7, h6, and it doesn't fit with all of the harmony.
I'm having trouble following
the
game.
Like, so if I go like rook c1, and this knight, what is it doing there? If the knight is forced to come back, whether you're waiting for a3 or not, I'm very, very happy about White's position. I think White has a very comfortable.
Very nice, but I have another idea.
Please.
Instead of rook c1, I can also start with knight e5, so you can't even return to c6 that easily. And now I'm threatening a3s, and black knight might be in trouble.
Yeah, it feels like black has done quite a number of things wrong here, and even there could be issues down the c file. You're right. Like if you do play knight c6 here, it feels like there could be a tactic.
Should be some tactics here already,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah, it just feels. It feels like something has gone wrong in black.
Maybe bishop
black's
e6.
Bishop e6.
Yeah.
Attacking the rook, and if I take, there goes a pawn. Yep, the pawn grubbers. Okay, gold membership for you.
Thank you.
Love it, love
Finally.
it. Yes, yes. Turning our attention to the game, I think it's a marquee matchup game between Alexandra and Irina Krush. A little bit surprising. Alexandra, after the move knight e5, did not choose queen g3, which seems like the right square. You're supporting f4. She chose h5. That seems like very, very distant.
It is, but I think the only idea behind is to play knight g4 and force the knight exchange.
By tickling h6.
Right.
Here, again, I think we were actually considering the move queen f6 and queen g6. Irina had a different approach. Queen b6, gift me the pawn on b2, rook b1, gift me the pawn on e4. So it's not that easy for white suddenly to defend the pawn on e4. f2, f3 just feels like queen c5 or queen b6. What do you just do?
How do I defend e4?
Exactly. And if you play bishop f3, the joyful knight g4 is not a prospect because
also,
of knight f3.
Yeah, I'm seeing other ideas here for black. Black knight can jump to f4 very soon. from d3 or g6, and it's just not looking right. Does white have to sacrifice e4? Oh, maybe they can play h4, like an indirect way to defend.
H4, so that after queen takes e4, you keep the material equality after hg, but I have a slight preference for black. I think that somehow the minor pieces make a better impression. Queen b6, queen c6, a nice find by Irina. h2, h4. I remember what my chess trainer, international master Nikolai Minev would say. Said, Yasser, when you have to defend your position strategically by tactical means, it's a sign that something went wrong earlier. You're relying upon tactics to keep the position, and the move h2, h4, it feels like that's what's going on in this case.
It might be the only move to not lose the pawn.
Okay, very intriguing. Almira, what has caught your eye in this round 6?
Well, I was actually analyzing just previously the position between Elisabeth, Paehtz, and Nana Dzagnidze. What I wanted to tell you, until some moment they were following the game played by Elisabeth, but some 20 years ago. So she deviated from this game. And here is the position on the board. And I really like the move that Elisabeth played here, rook f2. For example, after queen c5 check, why is this move rook f2 is better than king h1? Because here it anticipates black's move b5. So it's a quite important move to make in this position, rook f2. And then, for example, what happens if you play, rook b5 here? This is a very important threat in this position. So white is threatening e4, and it's a very powerful idea, once again, a positional idea. So after rook f2, I thought, what if a black plays knight f6, so knight g4 is the threat, but then a simple move, parry, queen e2, parry this threat, and once again, I want to play e5 with a devastating effect, I think, on black's position.
And if h5, just h3?
Yes, I think so.
I love the thought. This is Elisabeth's. Bobby Fischer had that tick, but he kept his feet on the ground, and he just bounced the knees. We have a social media question. Let's see if our master panel can get stumped. And the question is, we need a reveal. Don't keep us hanging.
Anticipation is killing me.
Anticipation.
There we go.
And this one is from Douglas Carpenter on Twitter.
What was the greatest fighting game you were ever in?
Nasi, what was your greatest fighting game?
Easy for me, because the only one game comes to mind.
Only one? Come on.
Well, it stands out.
It stands out. And that
it was my game against Irina Krush, the last round of
the US
2016 US Championships.
And
yes.
You won the title.
Yeah, so I had to win the game with the black pieces, and then another player had to lose her game for me to win the championship. And that game ended very quickly, so now everything was up to me. I had to win with the black pieces. But defeating Irina is not an easy task, especially with the black pieces. So I had to create a complete chaos on the board,
right,
and sacrifice a piece. And it was, I think I gave 10 years of my life.
The stress factor alone was worth the title, though. Wow. And I remember that was a very emotive moment for us as commentators, because after the game, you sort of like almost collapsed in the arms of your husband.
I felt, after she resigned, I felt the
weight of the world.
Weight of the world, yes. Yes.
Almira, jump in. Your greatest fighting game ever.
Well, actually, I think that this game I actually lost, but I like the game so much because the situations has changed many times, and especially that at some point with black pieces, I launched an attack. and it was against a very strong Russian player, Svetlana Matveyeva, and so her king was on h1 at that point. At the end of the game, with a lot of crazy things which happened on the board, her king ended up on a8, and I didn't win it, and I managed even to lose it. So if you find it in the database, it will be quite a show. But I love, this was such an intense struggle, so that's why I love this game, even though that I lost it.
Wow. For me, it's very easy. My game with Garry Kasparov from Shieleftia, it was the Grandmasters Association's World Cup Tour. And Garry and I were analyzing it 3 months after the game was over. We spent an entire flight together analyzing it. And that was the game where I was worse out of the opening. I was white and I seized a disadvantage in a dozen moves. And then Garry, he made one of those strategic howlers, and he did it in such a way that he was twisting the piece into the board at the same time he was making this blunder, c5, c4. And the game was being filmed live on Swedish television, and in those days they had these cameras that are enormous. Today, these small cameras can do what these $3 million 2-ton cameras could do, and they were focused on the game. While he was twisting the move into the board, I wanted to get up, walk around the table, give him a little kiss on the cheek, thank you, Garry, for the bad move, and then sneak around and sit at the game. After the game, I told him this, and he said, "You should have. I deserved." I was a piece up. It was a mad time scramble. It ended in a draw. Oh,
Garry saved it, huh?
Garry saved it. But the kiss on the cheek, the intimidation factor of the cameras. If it wasn't for the cameras, that would have been a kiss.
You should have done it on camera.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. Thank you
Now
for
you
the
know.
question. Who was your opponent again?
Svetlana Matveyeva.
I've played her many times. Svetlana Matveyeva. She's a very
Svetlana
strong player from Russia.
Well,
right.
I played another game against Magnus Carlsen, but then I've lost this one as well. But I had a chance to win it, and that surprised me. Yes.
Was that in a classical game?
No, it was a rapid game, but no, not at Capella Grand, sorry. It's Cap d'Agde. Yes, it was a very important event where the leading French chess players were given an opportunity to play against the best chess players in the world, and including the women's players. So that's where I played against Anatoly Karpov, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and I had such unique chance to fight against those players and to feel what it is actually when you play against them. And those rapid games were almost like classical because they were quite long, so
Right.
25 plus 10. So you played a very nice game.
Thank you very much for the question. Really inspiring us to recall those moments in our chess career. And trust me when I say, we remember these very, very, very special moments. And for me, it wasn't even a game that I played. It was a game I observed. I had gone to the Soviet Union for the first time, and it was a game Michael Tal versus Bent Larsen, two of the greatest legendary players in the world, and they were playing in Riga. Mm-hmm. And the tournament hall was packed. I mean, you couldn't get in. The only way you could get in was fight through this crowd, and I got sandwiched on a wall, and it was the grandmaster from Poland, Alexandra. I can't remember. He was the second for Wojtkiewicz. He was the second for Michael Tal. And we were so excited. The place was packed, and everybody was buzzing. Michael Tal versus Bent Larsen, and he looked at me and he said, "More crowded than a bus in Kiev." And I said, well, I never was in Kiev in my life, but I understood the meaning of the phrase. And it was marvelous. It was like, wow, these two giants and playing against each other. And it was just a thrill to watch. That was another hard-fought game, by the way.
Was that game adjourned or?
I'm not sure. I think that the players actually did before the 40th move. In those days, they did have adjournments. By the way, some interesting games going on, especially the game of Irina. I just wanted to say that, let me do
We did have h4 and some pawn exchanges happened.
Exactly. So we've left it after queen c6, h4 takes. Here, I even made the suggestion of queen g6 if you were afraid of your black king coming under attack. Irina said, I'm not afraid of your attack. Queen takes g5. Bishops of opposite color, even-ish, or do you like the center?
It's evenish, but black pieces are slightly better, especially the knight on e5.
Yeah, these pieces don't make a scary impression, and after something like, I don't know, d5, you're certainly not playing f4. It's just that the bishops of opposite color kind of suggest to me it's more of an even game. Almira, jump in here and tell us how the oracle feels about this imbalance going on.
I've been analyzing this position, and the very human move, which is the first move which comes to my mind, is d5. You know, you
too.
Yes, and it's, I think, well, black has a few alternatives here, but I think d5 or rook d8. So let's have a look at d5. And I struggle to find a plan for white here, even though that the computer evaluates this position, of course, as equal, but equal with a very complex play. So it means that, you know, it's the unknown. You know, so let's say rook b d1, then I think simply rook d8, and you shouldn't be afraid of ghosts here. And, well, for example, rook d4 can easily be met by queen g6, so there is no attack. I neutralize your piece's potential, queen g6, knight g6, and maybe black is even better in the long run, so slightly better.
Right. All
Maybe
right. Seems right. By the way, I just want to jump to our tournament leaders game. Anna Zatonskih, we're still debating whether it was a 50-minute think or a 1-hour think. Anna went for a long think and came up with the move b5. We saw the move knight e5.
She's found the best moves, because here we were looking at knight d4 and knight b4.
Exactly.
And Almira and Oracle told us that knight b4 is better.
And that is what she played. And after queen d1, now here the suggested move was knight on f6
to d5.
to d5. And I actually like this move for another reason. And that other reason is that after e4, a move that you don't play lightly, it blocks the diagonal. It gives up the d3 square. I actually like this transfer of the knight to the b6 square. Why do I like that? Well, first of all, it kind of prompts a resolution. And many times, this knight on e5 deserves a boot. You just got to kick it out. And kicking it out with bishop f6 is a very good way of getting rid of that knight. So I like the move knight d5. Rook b8 was actually...
I like rook b8 too, because
you do.
I think Anna wants to play bishop b7 and offer the exchange of the Catalan bishop,
which makes
would
perfect
definitely
sense.
benefit black. And you can't really block it, because, I mean, I guess you can play f3, but...
That's not the way we play chess. No,
Right.
we don't fianchetto our bishop, so
Can
we
white
can play
avoid
f3.
it?
Well, I'm going back to this whole idea of why is my knight on a3, right? And I'm thinking my knight's on a3 because I want to take possession of the square of c6. So I can't really do that without first getting rid of this knight. Now, should I be playing bishop d2 and capturing, or should I be playing knight c2? Playing as if I'm a pawn down, but, you know, I'm trying to win control over the square c6. Let me try bishop d2. Bishop b7. Okay. Having said A, at a certain moment, I'm getting worried about this pawn. Let me take.
I think I have to take on g2. No, I can't take on g2.
Take on g2.
Yeah, so I have to take on b4.
Okay. And now...
I can take on b7, go knight c6. Was that the idea?
That was the entire idea, but I'm wondering, what do I end up clutching?
So I like black's pawns on the queen side. The extra pawn is quite healthy.
Very, very healthy. Just a second. I won the battle but I lost the war. Knight on c6 didn't bring me any deserved rewards, Almira. What is Gunay going to do for the pawn sacrifice?
I have a very unusual move for you, and I don't think that this move is obvious at all.
No.
So bishop c6 here.
Say what?
Yes, I was thinking, first of all, how did I come up with this? Because after rook b8, well, if you take on b5, I wanted to play bishop c6, but here you have bishop a6. So, of course, bishop c6 doesn't look, well, it looks artificial at the position, the actual position on the board, but this, well, is the fruit of the variation a takes b5, and then bishop c6. So you can try bishop c6 here. Of course, you cannot take on c6 because then after knight c6 you are losing the rook on b8. Mm-hmm. So now you have to make a useful move, actually, because I am threatening to take on b5 and get my pawn back, and the computer somehow should suggest this move here. So you see how difficult it is actually to analyze this position, because from a human perspective, those two moves are
ridiculous.
Yes, ridiculous. Well, if this is the word we can choose. So after a takes b5, actually bishop takes b5, and when you see this position, I understand why Anna was thinking for such a long time, because here she sees the position and she thinks, okay, I will lose the pawn on c4 as well, so how should I continue here? But after knight e5, d takes c5, then you have this very powerful move, queen d5, and after bishop e4, once again, this line is very artificial for me, queen e4, and then you threaten bishop b7, rook d8, and I do like black's position, but it's not at all obvious to evaluate it and to tell yourself during the game that, okay, this is the right choice, or I will give up my 2 pawns, I will be a pawn down, and then I will continue to play this position, especially being down on time.
All I can say to this variation, Almira, is alien chess. Those moves, bishop c6 and knight g4, they do not come obvious to me. I saw on the camera there
c6.
in Irina's game that she's down 30 minutes on her clock to
1 hour.
Yeah, just there, 1 hour for Alexandra. 30 minutes.
Similar to Anna and Gunay's time as well.
Exactly. By the way, we have a social media question. Can Sean on Twitter stump our panel?
Has a player ever purposefully thrown a game in anger?
Well, anger is a strong word. I remember very, very well, I want to say one of the greatest examples of sportsmanship I've ever seen in my life. There was a match being played online between Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen. It was a very, very important match. And Ding Liren got disconnected. He was in China and the internet went down. Magnus won the game. Just like, wow. And now the match could be won. Magnus, the Ding Liren got back online, and Magnus literally played 4 or 5 moves. He gave up his queen. Remember the move queen g5, resigned the game. The match was equal. He didn't want to take a victory for free, if you will. So it wasn't in anger that he returned the point. How about you?
A very similar story happened recently between MVL and Kramnik, another online game where I think Kramnik either disconnected or there was a mouse slip where he clearly blundered the queen in a winning game, and then in the next game MVL resigned just to give the point back.
Nice. There was also one other famous game?
Yes, I think it was in Gibraltar.
That's the one, Gibraltar.
2000.
That's what I was thinking. Hui Fan.
It was in the form of protest. It was Hui Fan who came into the game and lost on purpose in 4 or 5 moves with the white pieces.
Right.
Just to bring the attention that she thought the pairings were
had
being
been unfair,
had been
manipulated.
unfair, yes.
Yeah, she was playing one lady after another. First of all, there wasn't
Yeah.
that many ladies in the Gibraltar tournament, and then who you found the highest rated lady was suddenly playing, you know,
Every
what
single
seemed
female,
every
yes,
single
which
round,
is-
and she's going like, wait a minute, a mixed tournament of men and women.
Seems
and
statistically impossible. That
yeah,
you
statistically,
play
it didn't make sense. For those of you like us with an older memory than that, you'll remember from the Tunisia interzonal, where Bobby Fischer was making all kinds of, I want to say, shenanigans and upsetting his opponents, including one Oscar Pano. So Oscar Pano came to the game in anger and resigned on move one.
Why was he so angry?
Well, because Bobby was manipulating the rules and getting the organizers to do backflips and cartwheels, and Oscar resigned, and Bobby, you know, literally went apologetic on him.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah, I behaved badly. I apologize. Let's play. Oscar, no.
Too late.
Too late. And it was a part of the streak where I think Bobby won 20 games, but you have to count this forfeit. You know, it's kind of like really weird. Anyway, back to the game of Anna. Did you see Bishop C6 be Anna?
No.
No, of course not. Who would, you know, like this
And
is
I've played a lot of Catalan in my life.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever considered Bishop C6.
Bishop C6. Okay, first of all, let's just go back here for just a second. Imagining that this was a situation and you play the move bishop takes c6, b takes c6, even that gets a consideration. Like, you know, should I be giving up my really good light squared bishop for this knight on c6 and doubling the pawns? Now, you get to this position, should I be putting my bishop on c6 for free, not even capturing the knight? Woof. And then the answer, knight g4. Wow, that's another
Knight g4, I
over
can
my
understand.
head. Yeah.
Because you respond to a ridiculous move with another ridiculous move.
Well, the knight it defends the bishop, so you
that
give
makes
it to
more
the knight.
sense. But bishop c6.
Bishop c6. But by the way, the move bishop c6, you know, you want to ignore it. Like, okay, I want to, but then you see that, well, AB, bishop takes b5 is white's whole idea. If white can win back her pawn, it might
Wins
lead.
back the pawn, but
And the second pawn, though, too.
but it looks like it also allows checkmate, like 25.
Exactly. I'm forced to go back and, you know, try to make a judgment of the resulting position. Bishop c6, rook b8 on the board. But here's the problem.
What are the chances we're going to see bishop c6?
If, Almira, if white doesn't play bishop c6, the problem that white has, she won't win her pawn back. She might just, what I'm asking is the alternatives to bishop c6 give white a bad game, right?
Well, unless Gunay has mixed up her preparation, the moves knight a3 and then knight e5 proves that, well, she knows this position. So even though our knight a3 already looked artificial to us, then you have to come up with some strategy which justifies your opponent's, your point. Yes. So it means that the computer is suggesting bishop c6 here, and I've waited for a while, and then the evaluation drops a little bit, so it's no longer minus 0.7, it's already minus 0.4. So I think that bishop c6 here is actually a very good move.
But the alternative, if you don't play bishop c6, what's the second best move?
I don't see an alternative here. Because
Well, no, I'm just saying bishop c6 is a hard move. Everything else, though, is terrible, right?
Yes, the computer suggests that the first variation that I tried, the human variation, a takes b5, a takes b5, bishop c6. But here you have this bishop b6. Exactly.
I'm trying to get you away from bishop c6. No. Don't play bishop c6, Almira. Tell me what she can do.
As a Catalan player, maybe
b3 you can try.
b3 is also possible.
Yeah.
Or
but then you have to play a pawn down, right?
Yeah. Or instead of a takes b5, maybe knight c2, just to get rid of the knight on b4.
And to play for the fight, for
Here,
the battle
c2.
for the c6 square, right?
But I'm not getting that pawn back.
I'm not getting the pawn back, right, exactly. Yeah.
Yes, and here maybe bishop
Exactly.
b7.
And it's a great position for Anna. For those of you who are joining us late, first of all, shame on you. But in case you are joining us late, Anna Zatonskih is having a fantastic career result. She needs to score 2 out of 3 of her remaining games, keeping in mind she'll have a bye. If she were to do that, she would make her first Grandmaster norm, and we would be celebrating her outstanding success. And can she do it with a game today? Here's how she got here.
She's had a fantastic result. She drew 3 games and won 2 games with the black pieces so far.
Right? And again, all she needs to do, well, it's a big ask, is to score 2 out of 3. Not only keep up the great result, but even to improve it. And she will get a Grandmaster norm. 3 Grandmaster norms
And I
bring
assume
you
she
the
would-
title.
She would also win the tournament if
And
got
she
2
would
out of
certainly
3.
win the tournament at that. Just quickly checking in on the game of Harika, because we really felt that Zhansaya had really gone astray with the whole rook d8, knight c6, knight b4 maneuver. And they caught this position, rook c1, b5, a3. Would you like to trade? a5. Whoa. So that kind of threw me aback. I was thinking about a variation you showed.
Bishop e6, right?
Bishop e6. And I was wondering why Harika didn't go for this, because the first impressions are these double pawns
You could
are...
also play rook b3, go
Or
right
rook
after
b3,
that.
just go for it right away, followed by rook b1, right? Drop your knight in. This looked terrific for white.
Black's pawns are absolutely terrible.
True that. She did play bishop b3, by the way, knight a6, knight e5, and it still looks great for Harika, but did she let her opponent off the hook just a little bit by not taking on e6, Almira?
Not at all. I think that she still has a very comfortable edge here. And for example, the move rook c8 loses on the spot here because it seems natural to exchange, of course, a few rooks here. But
Right.
after knight c6, you lose the pawn on a5. When
Because
you're
of the-
threatening, yes, knight e7. So you should be careful here already. But then it's very difficult to find a useful move here.
Right.
The computer suggests a4.
Okay.
But then, okay, bishop b2 for me looks very natural. So maybe you can continue with b4, a takes b4, knight b4, attacking the bishop on a2. And this changes the relation completely. So I tried a very nice variation. Here rook c4.
Oh.
Yes, but you see, after a takes b4, knight b4, the position is already equal. So rook c4 is not so obvious once again. So what happens after b3? So
The
simply bishop b1, and the computer thinks that white is winning. It's plus
Right.
2.5.
Give me the pawn. Give me the pawn on a4.
a4.
Yeah.
Yes. And can you make a very artificial move, knight b8 here?
Well,
Probably rook c7.
rooks, yeah. Illegal.
Yes,
Can't
and
do
rook
it.
c7 with a double attack on the bishop on b7 and the pawn on f7.
It looks very promising for Harika. Wow. Okay. Yeah. With we reshuffled when Humpy withdrew, and
I'm pretty happy with my choice.
I don't see any I'm ashamed of you guys. Nobody gave their love to Anna. Come on.
We were not allowed. So simply.
Oh, that's
And,
true.
I beg your
That's
pardon.
true. Our production team didn't allow us to choose Anna, so that's
She
our
was
excuse.
already in the lead.
Right.
And you reshuffled.
I'll stick with that one. And let's go, by the way,
Just
to
like in
Anna's
GCT,
game.
we're not allowed to choose Magnus, but somehow Christian still gets to choose Magnus.
Like, what's up with that? By the way, the move bishop c6 has not been played yet by Gunay. If she comes in with bishop c6, I have to think it's part of her preparation. But then again, what Almira said is that, well, the 95 should not have been a part of her preparation. A difficult move.
Yes,
to be
sir.
sure.
In this position, I actually
Yes.
wanted to show you a line because
Of Harika.
Yes, of Harika. So here, no, not of Harika, of Gunay Mammadzada against Zatonskih,
sorry.
because we haven't finished the analysis yet. I wanted to show you that after knight c2, of course, another possibility for white was to play knight c6. Just that here you have to give up your queen. Of course, black has to take on a1, and after knight d8, you simply take back, like rook d8, and your knight has this charming square, as Yasser would say, on b3. So yes, it's getting back to the game, and black is completely winning here. But it's important to mention this. That
Just to continue that variation, Almira, because I would go like a few steps further, bishop f4.
Yes, bishop f4.
I'm assuming knight b3.
Knight b3, attacking the pawn on d4.
Bishop takes c7.
Rook d4 comes with it.
Rook d4.
Yes.
Bishop takes b8.
You want to take
it's
on
two
b8.
pieces.
Yes.
Sorry. It's two pieces. I was
There are too
thinking
many
bishop
pieces,
b8,
yes.
rook d8, rook. Never mind. Knight c6. A nice Zwischenzug that has a small fail. Too much material for black in that case.
Yes, and what else do you have in this position? b3 is a standard move for the players, the Catalan players, of course,
Right.
but I failed to find an advantage here for white. So after b3 takes queen b3, the computer
D4
suggests
second.
that maybe you can even take on d4.
Yes,
Another pawn, yes. So here he gives some
So
crazy
Gunay might
variations.
find bishop c6 out of necessity.
Exactly.
There's just no anything else. This gives her a much inferior position. We're going to take a very short break, and we're going to see you on the other side of our commercial break.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act. Single tickets are now on sale at muni.org.
The Muni in Forest Park.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our standings after round 5. We have Anna Zatonskih leading the tournament with 3.5 points out of 5.
Right.
And in clear second is Bella Khotenashvili, who has also played 5 games. And sharing third, Elisabeth Paehtz and Irina Krush. And one thing to note is that Irina has only played 4 games, while other players will still have an upcoming rest day. Irina has a chance to catch them.
Exactly, and a bye for Bella today. Let's take a look at the pairings. Currently, all 4 games still underway. Again, this is the bye, Bella, at the very, very bottom of your screen. But 2 incredibly important marquee matchup games. Kosteniuk and Irina Krush, as well as
Mammadzada and Zatonskih.
Thank you so much for rescuing me on that one. And the games are really heating up. And over to you, Almira, because you had a very nice variation you wanted to show in Irina's game.
Yes, Alexandra just played bishop h5, and as you can see in this position, Irina is still thinking. I think that she is tempted to play the move d4 and to simplify the position, to trade 1 pair of rooks here. And I tried to push the variation a little bit further. So what happens after rook d1?
Okay.
And if black takes the pawn on b2, then f4.
Oh.
Yes, so knight g6, then I will take, of course. So knight c6, then knight g4, bringing another piece to the attack. So the things, are starting to get a bit scary here. But the computer suggests f6 here. But then have a look. Knight h6, knight h6. Doesn't want to allow me to play knight h6. So king h8, then queen g6.
Wow.
How do you get? Yes. So and no, well, yes, I had a taste of heaven. I discovered Cheetos here, so this might be it. And then after knight e7, so knight f7, king g8, knight h6 with a draw. So
yeah.
This is a very nice variation that I discovered during my analysis.
Thank you for sharing that one. Very nice indeed. Wanted to say that a game we've allowed it to slip through our grasp, but Elisabeth, in her game with Nana, remember this was the dragon where Elisabeth, instead of going long, this was like a crucial moment right here, decided to go castles short, and that completely changes the dynamic of the game with the kings on both sides of the board, so you don't go, crashing through with kingside attacks and queenside pawn storms. Rather, it's a very positional approach. And I like what Elisabeth did. Right about here, she's aspiring for the move e4, e5, and crashing through the center. Just don't want to see knight g4 appearing on the board. And after rook d8, a bit surprised by rook d3, h5, h3, a6, knight d5. I like these positions for white. I like that whenever I've got a backward pawn that I can, hone in on and direct all my attention towards, I feel like I'm playing on one goal.
Definitely, and I think that pawn on d5 kind of splits the position in half.
Yes.
And white's all major pieces are looking at the king side.
Yeah.
And it's not just the e7 pawn. I think the whole king side has to be worried now.
Yeah, be careful because this rook on d3, it's a rover, up and over. Rook can come to g3, pawn can go to f5.
Come to f3 and double up on.
You can trade and double up on the f file. So it just feels like Elisabeth enjoying matters. So from Nana's point of view, she's not eager to trade and allow those things. But on the other hand, it feels, I want to say, a little bit too dangerous to play a move like e6. Your king could potentially be throttled.
F5 comes to mind right away.
Right. You could maybe even toss in a Zwischenzug with rook c3 as well. So I'm saying, damned if you do, damned if you don't. You don't want to capture on d5, but I would I would imagine knight g8 just might get severely punished. Something
The
like
thing is,
rook
white can
c3,
still play
f5.
f5 and same ideas, and it doesn't make a difference whether black keeps the knight or not.
Exactly. Well, in this case, maybe even the
It's
knight is
better for the
actually.
white, yes.
Thank you for allowing me to have an extra attacker in the position. This doesn't look fun for Nana. And for those of you who are joining us late, shame on you. Anna Zatonskih is having quite simply a career best tournament. She needs to score 2 out of 3. She's doing so well. If she could score 2 points out of her 3 remaining games, she would clinch a grandmaster result. Currently, she's a couple of pawns in the pocket to the good, and she might very well be on a roll. What's going on, Almira? Anna keeps winning with the black pieces. Is this the new trend? Draw with white, win with black.
Do you remember I think Adrian invented this idea that black is okay in a series of tournaments, where we had to prove it.
Right.
And I think Anna's style is very solid, so it's absolutely impossible to beat her if she isn't in shape. And she proved to found every possibility for counterplay in those games, which she won. And actually, I think that in these super tournaments, what is very important is not to lose. And when given an opportunity, then you can take a chance and to win the game.
Winning with black suggests to me that she's a very, very strong counter-attacking player. Her game with Alexandra stands out as an extraordinary example of a model game on the black side of a French defense. Take us to the current position. And this moment, Anna is a couple of pawns to the good. The last moves were b3, c takes b3, bishop b2, and I'm sure the engine is saying, not even close to compensation, but how should Anna continue the struggle?
I think the most obvious move here is bishop b7.
To get rid of the
it was even
bishop.
suggested by the computer, for example, after queen b3, bishop b7, you trade those bishops, and, well, you simply play with an extra pawn. Of course, it is not that simple because white will always have those squares, but I think what you need to understand here, and especially probably after bishop b7 in this position, so for example, if you take rook b7, queen b3, you probably have to exchange this very powerful knight, so I would try knight d7 here.
Very natural
yes,
move.
Yes, it's a very natural move, and as you can see, black is much better. What can you try here? Knight d3, knight f3. So let's say knight d3 to trade the knight, but then knight d3, queen d3, and c6 to protect the pawn. Well, you have a few options. You can also play queen b8, but Anna might as well win this game.
Wow.
That
Well,
would be-
bishop b7 on the board.
That would be another win with the black pieces.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's the trend. Win with black, draw with white. Bishop b7 on the board. Queen takes b3. So we're going to see that variation. Bishop takes g2, just a little bit different. The king is going to be on g2, which more or less invites the move queen d5. I really like that move, knight d7. I mean, this knight is actually the only compensation. This knight offers no compensation. This bishop is not that great. The rook's okay, but yeah, I would get rid of this knight, and whether you play knight d3 and or knight f3, either c5 or c6, and that's just a very, very safe extra pawn. Did Irina,
Let's
by
look
the way,
at the
play
game
d4?
Harika Zhansaya, because when we went on the break, Harika's position was great, and she had another chance now to play rook c7, and again she didn't.
Okay,
And I'm a little confused.
I think we left it just at the point where we saw the move a4. Our focus was keeping the bishop on this diagonal because we're really looking to drop with the rook. And it's just that you have to see this move, b4, rook c4. That's a nasty move as you're ready to capture the pawn on a4. Harika did okay. I like this decision by her as well. Bishop to d1, rook to d6, bishop e2. And I thought this was just terrible, terrible, terrible for black. What are you going to do? The pawn on b5? Well, okay, no choice. b5. Here again, I think rook c4 is a very good move.
Even after a takes, like
and then
here,
you go
rook
rook c7. Of
Isn't
course.
it winning at least the pawn?
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, no.
Instead, she played rook c4, and now I think black can play rook b6, and rook c7 now wouldn't win a pawn anymore. It's like rook b6
rook
here.
b6. Oh, it's funny. I actually saw it in a different moment. It was sort of like here, rook b6 is a terrible move because knight d7, right? But if we get the game position, rook b6, knight d7, you have rook b5.
Actually, I have rook c6. That was my idea. Because if you take my two pieces, I think a pawn is really fast.
Agreed. But after knight c5?
Just bishop.
I'll take your two pieces.
Wait. I have knight a2. I don't know if that helps.
It doesn't help. No.
What if I just push a3?
I take a piece. I'm easy.
Okay.
I'm easy.
I'll just go rook b6 back. I'm okay with the draw. Let's repeat 3 times.
Good point. Rook b6. I don't win a piece. Harika's position is really, really nice, but in their head-to-head matches,
Harika has a big advantage. She won 5 times, lost only once, and they have 9 draws.
well, I'm thinking Zhansaya is so young that some of those losses came as she was climbing the ranks, so to speak. B4, and let's just, with 5 rounds of play under our belts, let's just take a quick look at the live ratings again.
Anna Zatonskih doing great, gaining
Wow.
21.4.
Sort of like, I'll take Anna's score and I'll give you the rest of the field. In fact, it's the two Americans, Irina and Anna, who's taking the lion's share of the points. Zhansaya is giving away a lot of points.
Yes, and Alexandra only gaining 1.6.
Because she did defeat Koneru. And surprisingly enough for us, Anna is not in the top 50 women's player.
She will be if she keeps winning like that.
And the trampoline, she's definitely hitting the trampoline and doing incredibly well. We're cheering her on like madly, like neutral commentators. Not get the Grandmaster norm. It was always a great celebration when the Grandmaster norms were achieved. And for me, I have this marvelous story that I have achieved my 3rd and final Grandmaster norm at the celebrated tournament in Paikidze, the Tata Steel Masters. And I had just defeated Gudmundur Sigurjónsson, Grandmaster from Iceland, that secured my Grandmaster norm with 5 rounds to spare.
Wow.
Exactly, right?
Did you party the whole time?
Well, here it comes. So everybody's playing their games, and the organizers pat on the microphone, public address, public announcement, everybody please stop your clock. So there we are on stage, and Viktor Korchnoi stops his clock in mid-play. Everybody, Yasser just made his Grandmaster norm, and they brought silver trays of champagne.
Wow.
Everybody got a glass of champagne, and the people on stage all stood up with a glass of champagne during play and gave me a toast.
That's how we should do it.
I'm telling you, it's a very, very, very special thing when you get the Grandmaster norm. And if something like that happens,
how old were you? How old were you when you got your last GM? I know you were very young.
19 years and 10 months, something like that. At the time, it's unbelievable. Now I don't even talk about it. But at the time, I was the 4th youngest Grandmaster in the history of chess, 19 years and 10 months. And I thought nobody would ever beat Bobby Fischer's record. Like, that's ridiculous. He was like a 15-year-old. And it turned out, who was ahead of me? Bobby, Boris Spassky at 18, Henrik Mecking, the celebrated player from Brazil, and me. Now I'm like in distant 500. like Bobby Fischer's record was destroyed, including by Judith. Judith destroyed Bobby's record. Anyway, you've got Harika's position. Tell us about it, Almira.
Well, it seems that the move rook c4 actually gave away everything, because now the position is about equal, while rook c7 was absolutely winning. So, because you cannot play rook b6 here because of knight c4, rook b5, and knight d6, winning a piece.
Right.
And then if you play bishop a6 here, here, bishop a6, then, well, I can simply take on f7 and bring another rook to the 7th rank. So, while after rook c4, the computer shows the relation like it's completely equal, and Nazi was right. Rook b6 is the only move in this position, but it is.
Zhansaya has played it.
She has played it, of course. So let's try your variation knight d7 here. And once again, rook c6 is the only move in this position, but it's quite
This is the current position on the board. Rook c6 has been played as well.
Rook c6 has been played. So as you can see, we're following the game even in our analysis. We anticipated a little bit. So after knight c5, yes, you can play rook b6. And I still have my my pass pawn. Yes,
and it's alive.
It's alive, and a3 is coming. So you have to take care of this passer.
But ladies, I have a problem here. I mean, you know, it wasn't just Nimzovich, but Nimzovich did stress, you know, control of the 7th rank and the power that a rook has on the 7th rank. And I have never seen such an open invitation as the move rook c7. How do you resist playing that? You see some variation that you convince yourself rook c4 is better. She's missed something.
Twice.
Does she miss rook c6?
I think she has beef with putting the rook on the 7th rank, because
because
I wouldn't be able to resist it.
Exactly. Whether you're playing a blitz or a bullet game, you're going to play rook c7 as your first instinct. So she sees rook c4, she sees rook c7, she sees knight here, and she's thinking that she's winning something.
In this line, she missed that after knight c5, rook c6, knight c5, black can just go back rook b6.
Maybe. I missed the same thing, by the way, when we were doing our little blindfold analysis with one another. I was of the opinion that I was going to accept your resignation until you said, well, I guess I have to go back and force a draw.
But then I realized, wait, I can just go back.
And you maintain the knight, you keep your bishop, and as you were saying, Almira, the engine is saying rook c4 just threw away the lion's share of the advantage.
Yes, and I thought that maybe Harika considered in this position the move rook b1, winning a piece, but not only it loses after knight d5, and you know, so like you can take the rook, but a3 is also winning. So this is not possible. Sorry, in this position, here rook b1, a3 is also winning. So
winning for black.
Yeah, it's not just knight c2 check or knight d5 check. a3, and as you say, the a pawn is rolling. Big missed win opportunity there. Want to go back to Anna's game for a moment, because we do have a few moves after bishop. After bishop takes g2. Yeah.
She played rook b6.
Yeah, well, I was kind of
Knight d7.
Knight d7 is knight d7. Rook b6. Rook c1. Still knight d7's on tap. And we think Anna is really enjoying her extra pawn. Irina's game for a moment. She did play the move d4, as you prescribed there, Almira, but she didn't play. How did we get? Somehow we got a perpetual check out of the whole deal. I'm not even sure how we did that.
Alexandra didn't take on d4.
Right, rook
d4,
d1.
Queen's d4, yes, rook d1.
And this is how we got some very intriguing perpetual checks
Knight g4.
that came.
That can still happen, right?
But we've got a5 on the board. So actually a big improvement for white, the inclusion of
white played b3.
b3, right? Rook takes d4, b2, b3, kind of getting off the diagonal, a5, and we could go for that variation.
Still try it.
Right? Rook
Although
d4.
now black wouldn't play queen b2. If I'm not picking up a pawn, white play queen b2.
Yeah, you might just want to hang around the king side and keep white's pieces.
Stop white from playing f4 at least.
Yes, or maybe you can
Yeah.
try queen c5 here. I like
Ah,
Nice
with
trick.
with a dirty, evil intent.
Well,
Knight f3 discovered check.
this one. I simply prevent you from playing the move f4 because I
That
would
is true.
take on e3. So
That
that
is
was
true.
not at all my intention.
Very innocent move.
Very
Very innocent.
You are the picture of innocence, my dear. Okay, and now
I think in Harika's game we might
Harika.
see repetition now that she realized that black can just play rook b6, rook c6.
oh, but you just feel yourself like, oh my gosh, I've let my opponent off the hook so badly.
And in Elisabeth's game,
Yep.
Nana played, Nana didn't take on d5.
She
played
did play
e6.
e6.
Right.
Again, we were saying, well, we really don't, as black, want to allow this pawn on d5. It basically does. I think you described it very well. It does cut the position in half. This queen is not going to the king side, and suddenly, you know, you are facing ideas of f5, rook g3, and or f5 and rook f3. Not a pleasant position to face. Nana said, not interested. I'll play e6.
And Elisabeth included move b4 before taking on f6.
Okay, and we're actually up to date with the play here. I'm just thinking this is such an
Wait,
awkward.
She has knight c7 now, if she wanted to go for material.
I like to go for material.
But it does give up some pawns. Queen
Well,
takes b4.
let's have a look. See, it is an exchange sacrifice, but at the end of the day, I do have this very powerful move e5.
Knight e4?
I was about to say, thank you for knight e4, because otherwise you're in one of those very, very nasty pins. But knight e4 might keep it going. Yeah, no, knight e4 and d5. Here's what I'm. You know, is the passer great or not? Right? You know, it's just it could be.
Could be, but
Yeah, but I
seems like not
wouldn't-
enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do this. Just a second. Hold on.
should just take on f6 instead, right? And
I
then
would
play f5 and go for the attack.
How dare you? F5, E5 check. I'm trying to win a pawn, but I don't think I'm. Can I just
E5?
have a look? See, E5 double.
So if I take,
Double check,
king g7,
and I'm trying to
Okay.
get an Zwischenzug here. It always strikes me that
Rook
these
F8.
open, yeah, but these open F-file.
very unpleasant.
Yeah, these patterns of, once again, dare I say it, winning control of the 7th rank, right? Where are you going to go? You're going to
So-
go to G8?
Yeah, but I don't like rook g3.
You don't like rook G3. Funnily enough, I was looking at C4 and rook to D7
Nice.
because I was trying to get my rook on the 7th rank. I think the game with Harika has kind of tasered me now. You know, like every moment I can get my rook to the 7th rank, you know I'm going to go for it. But it sure looks like Elisabeth's in the driver's seat. What does the Oracle think of the? How does the Oracle assess the position? Sorry.
And the oracle thinks that white is winning here. So
Winning, just winning.
more than +2, but well, once again, from the human perspective, I tried the move which is very simple, knight f6, king f6, and queen d2. I didn't want to force things, so I said, okay, what about the pawn on d6, and what are you supposed to do about this? So can you improve, for example, your king and play king e7 here? But now he suggests some crazy moves, but once again, a very simple human move, f5 here, and I think that
looks great.
Yes, it looks great, especially with the idea of playing queen g5 on the next move. I think that black's position is simply collapsing here. But if you don't play king e7 and you play king g7, then I can simply take this pawn on d6, and okay, I have a healthy extra pawn.
Truly.
So what do you think, Yasser?
I love it. A healthy extra pawn. What's not to like? This is play on one goal suddenly. And I do know sorry, that's my analysis board. I'm looking now at the camera. And Elisabeth, she's looking at knight c7. And why not? Why not? Why not win an exchange, Almira?
Yes, let's check this line as well. So queen b5. Knight c7. I think the computer, well, replies with queen b4.
Right.
So of course, it's winning once again, but after knight e8, rook e8, e5, so
knight
everything
e4.
is possible. Yes, knight e4, and then here c3.
Okay.
So queen c4.
Only move?
Yes,
Yeah.
You can also play queen a4, and now rook e3. Maybe Elisabeth is trying to understand if this is, if the previous variation is simpler than this one. So maybe, well, you can play queen e2, take with this rook on e2, and then play d5. But this is a very technical position. Of course, white is winning, so she's trying to evaluate which position she wants, which structure she wants. And
right. Just go back a move or two. So it was rook, knight, no, pardon me, e5, knight a8, rook a8. No.
Sorry. Yes, I went to yes, here.
Okay. E5, knight e4, c3,
Yes.
queen c4, and now rook d4. I'd find that move more attractive. Rook d4, queen takes e2, rook takes e2, d5. So in this position, I would be saying, I'm winning.
c4?
I'll play c4, and I'm winning. I'm material ahead. And then what you're saying is,
Black has two tempo moves.
Yes,
knight
knight g3.
g3. Oh.
Yeah, you're
And
still
knight
winning,
f5.
of course, but knight f5.
Right. So the thing, what I have trouble with is you just showed us one position where we're a full pawn up, no counterplay, life is good. Here you have an exchange for a pawn, still life should be good, and then you have to decide, you have to make a judgment call. What's a better position and something that appeals to you? Like some people like being an exchange up, I like being a pawn up, I'd go for the pawn. How about yourselves?
It depends on the position, depends on the mood that day.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? How do you make a decision like that? When you were tempted by two very good options of being material ahead, how do you make the determination, Almira?
Yes, to be honest, I think of the position which will be the most unpleasant for my opponent. And this is, it's a very interesting psychological aspect. So I think that Elisabeth hesitates because she knows that if she wins the pawn on d6, Nana has absolutely no counterplay. Whether here with the knight on f5, the knight is still jumping, there might be a possibility of taking then the pawn on c4, playing b5, knight c4, so she hesitates.
Absolutely. And by the way, talk about a summer of chess coming up. The Grand Chess Tour will begin anew. We have also here in St. Louis is coming the Junior Championships, but these are the big events coming up shortly.
The next big event is going to be Super United Rapid and Blitz. Players will be playing in Zagreb, Croatia, but we will be doing the commentary from St. Louis.
And Magnus Carlsen will be our wild card.
Yes. And then in St. Louis, there's going to be U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships later in July. And then in September, Chess 9LX, which is a very exciting event.
Bobby Fischer chess.
And in October,
Fischer,
U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships.
Yeah, in those U.S. Juniors, by the way, the U.S. Juniors is also featuring the open section for the juniors and the girls.
Yes.
So, yes.
And Magnus is back. He will be playing again in Zagreb, Croatia, July 3rd to 10th.
Well, he said that he abdicated the throne for a few days while he he won the Warsaw Rapid and Blitz, but Duda sure gave him a run for the roses there. As do we have night takes?
I think you'll be happy to see in Anna's game. She did play knight d7, the move that we really liked.
We did. We loved that move. And knight d7, by the way, you know, your material down. Well, you know, you kind of sit there and say, yeah, I don't want to trade pieces. But the move knight f3, a retreating move. Queen b8, Anna's like super happy. Like this whole knight a3, you know, she has missed that moment for bishop c6. And with the knight on a3, white not only a pawn down, but I think the knight is actually simply misplaced.
And I just want to point out the time.
Yep.
So the players have made 18 moves, still far away from move 40.
True.
Anna has 12 minutes left, but Gunay is not that far either. She only has 21 minutes.
An indication that she's very, very unhappy, dissatisfied with her position. Anna's 12 minutes, by the way.
For 22
She's got
moves.
the luxury. She's got all kinds of time by her standards. And again, let's just jump to the game of Irina, because there was that move, that sly move, queen d4 to c5. Pay attention to those little moves because they carry big venom. Knight f3, discover check, winning the queen is on tap, queen to g3. Unfortunately, with the reduced materials of the bishops of opposite color, I mean, both ladies need a win to maintain some kind of parity with Anna, but the position's not allowing them.
Not really, it's quite equal.
Exactly.
By the way, Elisabeth did choose to go for the material. She played knight c7. She's taken the exchange.
So nothing
it's no risk play, right? You are exchange up in the endgame. Well, endgame's not guaranteed, but in the lines we're looking at, the queens were being exchanged after queen c4.
Right.
And yeah, no risk here.
That is absolutely true. There's no risk for white, and in fact, white anytime she wants could. But I mean, you don't do that. You do play the move c4, and you do say, okay, I'm the one in the driver's seat. I've got the material advantage of rook versus knight and pawn.
And Harika is still thinking in her position after allowing rook c6 and rook b6. I think she realized that she missed a big opportunity when she didn't play rook c7.
Yeah, I think that's one of my biggest, throughout my whole career, it was wrong of me. I oftentimes realized literally while I was making the move and pressing the clock, oh dear, I blundered, I've made the mistake. And
Isn't that the worst feeling?
It's the worst feeling, but I oftentimes compounded it in a bad way. I carried the baggage of this bad play. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Why did I play this stupid move? And so I made my situation worse by, you know, being self-critical. And sometimes you just have to forget about it, you know, and just play the current position that you have.
You can be critical after the game's over.
Exactly. Plenty of time to criticize yourself, and sometimes at a great detriment to myself. I carried the luggage, the baggage of something I did an hour earlier. I still like, you know, going to the bathroom saying, how could I not have traded queens? And look, now my opponent has this and this and this and this. So, you know, sometimes you just have to forget and just keep an eye on this position. Harika blew it.
Question for you, was the opposite also true? when if you got a good position and you played really well, you were excited the whole game. Look at me. I'm
Yeah.
proud of myself.
Right.
Is that also true?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. I did make the effort to say, well done, Yasser. I
See,
did.
I only do the criticism.
Right? You don't
Under
do
the
the
praise.
flattery part. Yeah, no, that's important too, because sometimes you do play a really, really good game. Give yourself credit. In this position, though, one of the end games that Bobby Fischer loved, he loved the rook and bishop combination versus the rook and knight combination. So let me play devil's advocate for a moment and say Harika's winning. Harika's winning. She's going to get the Bobby Fischer ending of rook and bishop.
And just to show our audiences,
Please.
rook b1 would be a great move here after rook takes b7 if it wasn't for that a-pawn.
Ah, you mean I was afraid of knight c2 check,
Oh,
but
that's
you're
also
right.
possible, yes.
That a-pawn is still, it's alive. It's like some
It's
horror
more than
movie.
alive, it's
Yeah.
about to become a queen.
Yeah, it's a horror movie. I was going to go for the ending, and just unfortunately, I think I see already the drawbacks of this, but
You can still play a3.
in a3, yeah, that's the it just so happens that our king. Hold on, rook and bishop. Yeah, if I don't if I don't win the pawn, I could be in trouble. But if I
Rook
do
c7?
win, rook c7. I'm crying.
Bishop b3.
I'm crying, bishop d3, okay. But now I'm not threatening to win the pawn. I'm
Not
not
yet.
threatening to take. And
You're
I'm
threatening
not,
rook a-
no.
You're not.
I'm not threatening to
Wow.
play rook a4 and rook takes b4. It's just sort of like I've met my maximum here, if
Wow.
you will. I could,
And king cannot cross the c-file.
right?
This is
So
a strange position.
I can't play the Bobby Fischer ending. It really feels more like Harika may be going for the repetition.
I think she should realize here that her advantage is gone and just
Right.
take the repetition, because if
Yeah.
she over pushes, that a-pawn is quite dangerous.
Truly. And Almira, what position has caught your fancy?
Well, I'm analyzing the game between Gunay Mammadzada and Anna Zatonskih, our tournament leader, because I was trying to find at least something in this position. And knight b1 was the move that I considered here. I also tried knight c2. For example, after knight c2, I think that maybe knight d5, you should keep this knight on the board. But after knight b1, is bishop a3 a threat here? So first of all, don't rush and don't play c5 in this position. As you can see, the evaluation changes dramatically. Why? After d takes c5, bishop c5, because very often you want to play this liberating move and end up with the pawn up, but then you have, rook c5, knight c5, and then you take on b4, and white is actually winning here, so you need to prepare this move c5 in this position. So after knight b1, maybe you can start with knight a6, and then, for example, after knight d2, c5, and after d takes c5, knight c5 with a healthy extra pawn for black.
And the pieces are coordinating nicely as well. Yeah, it's healthy and...
Anna actually made a move after knight b1. She played knight d5,
knight to d5.
which also looks good.
It does invite e4, but yes, in a sense, Anna is basically saying, let me play c5.
Yes.
As soon as I play c5, it's very good, and if you play e4,
Knight f6.
knight f6, I'm still ready to play c5. I'm still ready to grab this pawn, by the way, queen b7 also. So I like this decision by Anna
She has
also.
a healthy
knight-
extra pawn.
Yes.
And white's queen side looks funny with the knight on b1. It's temporary, of course, but
True that. Can I play, let's say, e4, knight f6, knight d2? I want to make an exchange sacrifice. Probably it's completely ridiculous. The engine, at least, is going to laugh at me. Takes. No, this is just nothing. e5. I'm
bishop e7
chasing.
back.
I'm chasing a chimera of an attack
You can
that
keep
is
trying
just.
queen e3, queen h6, knight g5, but
You see, that's what happens to, that's how I get down on clock. And we do have a result, and that is the repetition. And I think Zhansaya has just said, Rook C7. She just, well, I was afraid of Rook C7, and that would do it. You just made a suggestion, Queen E3, and this is how I burn my clock. I look at something ridiculous, like, you know, it's just a fantasy line. And I say, I can't play that. And then I see a move that says, well, keep the fantasy going.
Yeah.
And then I keep going, and then finally I reject the fantasy, right? Like it doesn't work. Then I look at my clock, and it was 15 minutes ago that I started the whole walk down Fantasy Boulevard.
That just means you're enjoying chess, you're calculating.
That's it. I like doing it on my opponent's time, too. By the way, we do have our first result of the game as Harika, we think, just missed a marvelous, even golden opportunity. It was early opening H4. And that has been getting a workout recently.
It was successful in this game because
It
Harika
was.
got a very pleasant advantage out
She
of the
did.
opening.
And this is where we thought that everything was going swimmingly, in fact, for
Rook
her.
C7. First
was
opportunity was here.
the first moment, Rook C7. We thought big advantage white. And then, even with the inclusion of all of these moves, came opportunity number 2, right here.
Right here.
And this one, I can't explain. This one, you just want to play Rook C7 with everything, and these are our pairings going into round 6.
And we have first result of the day, draw between Dronavalli and Abdumalik.
And again, Bella gets the bye.
Yes, she's resting today.
That was the only way you could stop Bella from scoring. I mean, or 2 losses to start the event, 3 wins.
3 wins and a bye.
And a bye. Yes. All right. And I wanted to ask how Irina is doing. Queen came back to G3. Okay, I guess
Strange. So she played Queen C5, and
Right.
then next move Queen B6.
I guess she's looking to just play Rook D8. Again, I'm expecting, thanks to the bishops of opposite color, this game is going to be a draw. And Elisabeth, she won the exchange, and now we're expecting her to play the move E5. This was the line we've been analyzing, knight E4, C3, Queen C4. I would.
If you were with black here, would you want to exchange queens or just play Queen A4 and avoid the queen exchange?
But can I avoid the queen exchange after Rook D4?
Queen A1 check,
And I have Rook F1.
Knight G3.
Hello. Yes, I would very, very much like to avoid oh, let me just show
So
that to our
typically-
audience.
Yes, because black's down material, we shouldn't exchange queens. But does white still have the attack going on the king side?
Wait a
That's the
minute, I
question.
can do it the other way. Queen F1.
So you're still forcing it?
I'm still forcing the queen trade, but maybe in a nicer way. I'm not sure if that's true, because I didn't like the knight being on E4 and allowing C4. I'm not sure, but if I'm white, I would love to take the queens off the board, because I do think the queen and knight combination work very, very, very well together for the players. So C3, Queen A4, was I right? Can I force the queen trade after Queen A1? It is
looks
Queen,
that way.
Queen F1, yeah?
I don't see how else I could avoid it here. Yeah.
Yay for me. And let's just go
And
to
in Anna's
Anna
game, Gunay did not play E4, she played knight B2, D2.
Inviting C5, let's go. I like the word liberating move. The liberating.
C5 looks great.
Well, if
Only-
I can play C4,
Sure.
it's lights out, right?
The
Sorry.
only thing is, after d takes c5, my bishop on b2 has a great diagonal.
True that.
But as long as there's no immediate tactics, then that
Right.
should be more than fine.
And again, maybe I even start to think, how can I shut down that bishop? Because I agree with you that that's a nice open diagonal. And Almira with a guest.
Yes, welcome Harika. You just made the draw against Zhansaya, and I know that you're still analyzing the game in your head. What happened today? Because you played a very nice game. You missed the first opportunity to play Rook C7. Let's have a look at this position here. After knight b4, you could have played Rook C7.
Yeah, maybe, but I thought even the move I played was just fine because, okay, Rook C7 also possible, of course, Bishop A6, maybe. I thought like, why to give tempo? So I played Bishop C4.
So here you analyzed Bishop A6.
Yeah, I thought like, yeah, maybe I'd missed Bishop B1 or like even Rook B8 is possible here. So basically I didn't want to give this bishop.
Okay.
So I decided to go Bishop C4. And I think it's H6. I didn't even think about this move. I thought it's just giving away the tempo. And after Bishop C4, I'm sure this must be clearly better.
Much
Here,
better,
knight
yes.
is, of course, knight E5. I think I played everything perfectly. And the only thing I missed is A before, knight before, Rook C4, Rook B6. I forgot knight D7, Rook C6 exits. I just completely missed in my blindfold calculation, and I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just a blindness. Or else I think I played a decent game today and I just got a very good position, but then I messed up.
Well, we have an unusual situation now. Of course, only 9 players are left in this tournament. Did it affect you?
No, of course not. I have seen Humpy closely that she was having health issues, so I'm happy for her that she managed to get back home, and I think that's the safest way. So I think there are some things beyond tournament. You would empathize, sympathize the player more than thinking about your own tournament. So I really didn't think about it. I just wanted to play my best chess in the remaining games, and I think yeah, I managed pretty well today, but I guess I just, in the blindness, maybe I'm a little tired after like a GP and playing here. I missed something completely.
So what do you think about your chances to win this tournament?
I'm not thinking in that way. I'm just trying to see what I can do in the last 3-4 rounds, actually. Like, that's what I thought to myself. Just to try and do my best, because I understand like there is kind of tiredness, and like, you know, actually after a long time I'm playing 2 tournaments in a row, which is a little difficult these days for me, and I'm doing it, so I'm just trying to focus on trying to play good chess, and that's it.
And one last question I wanted to ask you. Well, chess players have visited so many countries, played so many tournaments. Is there a few things on your bucket list that, well, maybe are not chess related, but which you dream about doing?
Yeah, I like in general to do many things, traveling, and I think skydiving is something I wanted to do from long time. Yeah, so adventures I never did, so I think I wanted to do it at some point for sure.
Thank you so much, Harika, and we will be back after a small commercial break.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. So far, we have one game that ended already, and it was a draw between Dronavalli and Abdumalik.
But the remaining games are very exciting, including Anna Zatonskih, our tournament leader. And there we see Alexandra and Irina. Irina in a little bit of trouble. She's got to make a few moves with 1 minute on her clock.
1 minute and still 4 moves to make.
And she's missing a pawn. When we had left it, it was 4 versus 4, bishops of opposite color. She traded queens. She gifted away a b pawn, and now she's essentially suffering. She's going to try her best, of course, to make a draw. b7, b6, but look at this, b4, a4, potential for a pass pawn on the queen side, and Alexandra, she's very happy. She's got this
opportunity. As long as the knights are still on the board, it's not easy to make a draw.
Exactly, and this last move, b4, stopping, just as you were saying, as long as there's knights on the board, don't want to see knight c5, but b4 takes away the c5 square, and, well, I would say that if I was in Irina's shoes, I'd be nervous, and with a ticking clock, she's not going to be able to force matters. She's going to just have to
I think even if she had time, there's no way to force matters. She just has to suffer for a long time.
Keep the position. How is our tournament leader doing, Anna Zatonskih?
I think she's doing great. I really like her position after she managed to successfully push c5.
Which is also very important. Here, there we go. And, well, she's got her knight on this beautiful square c4. Reminds me of the game she won against Alexandra. Knight on c4,
yes,
bishop on a4.
Her knights were great. But let's look at the time.
Okay.
Gunay has less time than Anna.
Sorry, say that again. I think Gunay has less time.
So they still have 15 moves to make. Gunay has 2 minutes on the clock, and Anna has 3 minutes.
And how many moves?
15 more moves to make.
Oh, well, this is definitely going to grab our attention. By the way, Elisabeth, nursing an exchange, she's got, materially speaking, an advantage, but I was going to say not as much as I thought that she would have at this point. I thought
I like Black's pawn on h4. It kind of shuts down the king side.
Truly.
And looks like Black has a fortress.
Yeah.
Protecting everything and just standing and waiting.
Yeah, well, this knight also has these beautiful outposts on both e4 and d5. I like the d5 outpost in particular because of the artificially isolated f4 pawn. Knight to d5, and I think Nana's chances of holding this are, frankly, excellent. And let's take a look at their head-to-head matchups. Whoa!
This is just classical chess.
Wow.
They've had 22 games, and Nana won 10 times, lost 4 times, and drew 8 times.
Well, that's what I'd call a good customer. I mean, 10 wins to 4. So for Elisabeth, not a pleasant opponent.
But I think
is clocks a factor between these two players?
Yes, Nana is down to 2 minutes and still 9 moves to go. And Elisabeth has 7 minutes, which is, doesn't really count as time trouble yet.
Not yet.
But I think we should watch Anna's game because they have a lot of moves to make.
And it's such an important game for a tournament result. Again, for those of you who are joining us late, really it has been the Anna Zatonskih show. She's put on an extraordinary performance. The lowest rated player in the field leads the competition by a full point, and she's currently at the moment where if she scores 2 points out of her remaining 3 games, she will get a Grand Master norm. So here is her line score and how she got to this moment.
She made 3 draws and won 2 games with the black pieces. Wonderful start of the tournament.
And she's the only player to be undefeated at this moment as well. Knight takes b3, queen takes b3. She's nursing a very healthy extra pawn. Knight's looking good on c4, pawn's looking good on b5.
Do you like queen c6 move?
I love Queen 6. In fact, like your eye has to be drawn to this diagonal, right?
I think she's just a very dangerous player with the black pieces.
I think that's clear because she's won with the black pieces, drawn with the white pieces, and again, looks like to me she's winning again. Queen C6 is like, my hand couldn't resist playing such a move.
Queen C6 forces white to defend the pawn, maybe with the rook E1.
Okay.
But then you can also bring the rook out to D8 or C8, and white has no compensation. They just have to wait and see how black improves.
And by the way, the other thing, the bishop C5, intriguing.
She's trying to exchange white's best piece.
Right, and no, I definitely appreciate that. The reason I would have definitely played Queen C6 myself is that after a move like Rook E1, and then, for example, Rook C8, I would find myself drawn to the idea of pressing against E4. Bishop C5.
Now maybe white should make, it's not really a tempo move, but let's say Rook C1, useful move.
Which rook?
A C1.
Okay, because I'm giving up.
There's not much I can do on the A file.
Right. On the other hand, it is an open file. But yes, Rook C1. So the idea is I would really be inviting any trade because anything that allowed me to play knight takes B5, life is good. Suddenly I could bail out with knight takes B5 and rook takes C4.
Maybe after Rook C1 you don't have to take on D4.
I was about to say, you're just helping me, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Rook C1.
She's about to play Rook C1. We have it on the board.
Yeah, Rook AC1 on the board. Okay, Rook AC1. Now here, again, I'm not inclined to invite White's knight into the game, and something like H6, so that a preparatory move for Rook D8 would be...
Just to remind everyone, both players under 2 minutes and still 11 moves left.
That's a lot of time.
So they're playing a blitz game now.
Well, but that 30 seconds, that's the thing that throws you off. Every time, I have seen them count 5, 4, 3, and then the next time I look, they've got a minute.
Without the 30 seconds, they would be playing bullet chess.
Right, right. Which is what we used to play in the past. We would have 40 moves for 2 hours, and some people left themselves 1 minute for 15 moves.
Wow.
And then it would be bang, 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 and pieces are flying. And Walter Brown, a 6-time U.S. champion, was really famous for his time scrambles, what you would call them. Queen C6 on the board. I'm
not sure she should have included Bishop C5.
Yeah, the combination of Queen C6 and Bishop C5, I'm not really a big fan of, but in the meantime, hey, that is a pawn. I'd probably be inclined to just defend it. Something about the rooks on C1 and D1
maybe
appealing.
I can pin your knight now. So bishop takes C5.
Let's do it.
Queen C5 and knight. You're gonna take on D2. If I go knight D2, you have knight takes D2.
I was gonna do it.
I do have knight E5 offering an exchange.
Whoa.
A trade of knights, which would benefit white, I think. It would be easier to defend this without the knight on C4.
Because even though I am still a very healthy pawn up, good chances of you holding just a major piece. We didn't get that. We did get Queen C3, by the way. Queen C6, Queen C3. And again, if the bishop hadn't been included, that pawn on E4, that would have been
bishop
tempting.
takes D4 because now G7 was under attack.
And by the way, knight takes walks into queen takes check.
Right, so
very,
it's either
very important.
Queen takes or rook takes.
I liked your idea of playing for a major piece ending with knight D2 and or knight E5. So I would take with the rook. And by the way, I'd do it quickly because I got a minute. A minute on the clock. Almira, jump in. Anna, of course, she's a pawn up, but is it as good as it was before?
Well, the position remains very good for black after Bishop takes d4, I analyzed queen d4 and rook d4. Of course, you have all these ideas in the air. Knight e5, knight g2 now. So after queen d4, Anna, well, she will have to move her queen because this threat is actually very important and will simplify the position, and this is going to be a draw. What I don't like is the trend. Anna is making too many moves with her queen. She exchanged the bishop. Of course, she wants to simplify it to an end game, maybe a rook end game with the pawn up. But we are not that there yet. Yes, that's what I want to say. After queen d4, the computer suggests queen e8 or queen c7. So will she be able to find another move with the queen?
But sorry to interrupt, she just played queen b6, offering the queen trade right away.
Okay, let's have a look. Because I don't have, this position, queen b6. Yes, but now if you take queen b6, rook b6, what can we do here?
We've kind of been looking at knight d2 and trying to get rid of this knight on c4. If we get into a 4-rook ending...
Yes, but this is what I wanted to avoid because I think...
Queen takes b6, rook takes b6, knight d2, knight takes d2, rook takes d2.
And you have b4. I thought that this endgame, will be easy to defend, but after b4... Let's say
rook to c7, let's say b3, rook to b2, yeah?
Gunay has 10 seconds on the clock.
By the way, queen takes b6 came with, what did you say, 10 seconds? 9 seconds. Okay, and I have one passive rook. Rook takes b6, quickly played by Anna. It's so weird to be saying Anna has more time on the clock. I mean, and by the way, no knight d2, but knight d4.
Maybe rook b1 was a better move in this position because you cannot play b4. I will try to stop you and play rook d4.
Exactly.
It would be a more stubborn defense here.
But this one, it does have a tactical appeal. I'm threatening knight takes b5.
Because I would have knight b2, I think.
Oh man, you're absolutely right. I thought that knight takes d... So you're saying you could even... say, go ahead, execute your threat. Play knight takes b5.
Oh, I like Anna's move, actually. She just played h6, which is a prophylaxis move. There's last rank issues. I like h6.
At these points in the game, by the way, late middle games, h6 looks good until you see the move g5.
Oh, I like g5.
Yeah. You say, okay, I'm going to make luft for my king, but then suddenly you see a move like g5, and you go, oh, the lust to expand and to take some space. h6 is a fine move, don't get me wrong. g5 might be even too ambitious. But the whole point is the desired knight takes b5, knight b2 with a double attack means you can't play knight takes b5. There's no threat. But I'll go back with what Almira said. Now rook b1?
But now you don't have rook d4. And actually, Yasser, the move knight b5 was possible after your move e5.
4? 3 seconds?
She made a move with 4 seconds,
Oh my gosh.
So
okay.
Almira's telling us that if black played e5 instead of h6.
Yes. Of course, the move knight b5 was possible because now you have the rook d5. I think it's the only practical chance to take on b5. So h6 is a very strong move.
h6, rook e1 on the board, and a minute for...
I think now it's time to develop our rook and defend the knight, maybe rook c8.
Are we walking into a pin? Is this good
Again, another pin?
I don't know. I'm much more... I want to play b4.
Well,
I want to play the move b4 desperately, but I don't want to lose the knight, obviously. So I would find the move knight e5 attractive.
Wait, she played rook b8. Isn't now pawn...
b8.
Can I take knight b5?
Rook b8?
We don't have knight... Oh, there's still knight b2. Beautiful.
Oh, that's nasty. So again, knight d2 will fork, pardon me, knight d2 with the idea of knight d3 will fork the two rooks, and now again, rook e2. But is the rook well placed on b8? I don't know.
Not sure. Now it's time to move the knight. You want to play knight e5?
Yes.
Yeah, I think maybe now this is the time.
By the way, if my pawn were on g5 and the knight was on e5, I'd be thinking about g5, g4 as well to make the outpost knight e5 permanently available. Any reasons to, I don't know, be close to the pawn? You know, you might want to escort the pawn home. The knight might be powerful on a3. I don't know. Almira, jump in. How are the last few moves looking? Rook b8, good. Rook e2, good.
Rook b8 looked to me a little bit artificial, but here I wanted to draw your attention that, yes, after knight e5, your desired move,
yes.
White has the move f4.
And she's done knight e5, by the way, f4,
and
yes.
after f4, you would want to play rook
Knight.
d6, but I just spotted myself the move knight f5. Let's say if you take on f5, then I will take on e5.
Oh my goodness.
And then this position is
You're
probably
making it
drawn.
chaotic.
Yes.
No. That's not what Anna's dreaming about. But f4, doesn't that invite knight d3?
Well, it is.
And by the way, f4 on the board.
Knight d3, then rook c3. Where is your knight going?
I have no idea. It's just bouncing around at the moment.
So knight b4, of course.
It feels a little bit like a yo-yo. No, I'm not impressed by my own play. Knight e5.
Wait, can I play rook d8 instead of rook d6, so there is no knight f5 with the tempo?
Yes, rook d8 is a much better move.
You do have knight takes e6.
Knight takes e6, rook takes e6, f takes e5, then rook takes e5.
But by the way, this is a very practical endgame. Extra pawn, but because of this extra weakness, by the way, rook d8 as you...
Made with 8 seconds on the clock.
Oh dear.
They're getting closer to the time control. 4 moves left.
Wow. And so much at stake for
White can also take on b5 right now, and we could have 4 against 3, but with the split pawns.
Yes.
But we also have 2 rooks instead of just 1.
Right. If one pair of rooks were traded off, I would say that this would be a draw.
4,
and
she
she's
takes on
done
b5.
it. Knight takes b5. We might be heading for this ending of rook takes b5.
After knight b5, maybe Anna can include in between move knight d3.
Uh-oh. My spidey sense is tingling. We're picking up a tempo.
Rook b1 and rook b8.
Yes. We're picking up a tempo. Oh, I can go rook d1. I don't lose a piece. Very important. She did take on b5, by the way. So no knight d3. She took, and we are going to get that 4 rook ending after takes. So from a practical point of view, Black's winning chances are very high because the pawn structure is split. If this pawn were on f4 or f2, we would say easy draw. But because the pawn is on e4, much better chances than normal. But hasn't Anna in some way helped her opponent by getting to this simplified ending?
Maybe she helped herself too, because she was
that's
also
a different perspective.
glass half full, right?
Right.
Because Anna likes to simplify positions where there is less chance of blundering and giving opponent counterplay. And here, it's game on only 2 results.
That's the case. Almira, chime in here for a second. Would you say that this was a good practical decision by Anna to go into a 4-rook ending that is much more simplified, or when there was knights on the board and there was a powerful pass b-pawn?
Well, actually, I think that this is her signature, the signature of her style. She, as Nazi said, she transposed in a very technical endgame, and I think that she knows that there is no case where she's losing this endgame, and I'd say there are almost more than 90% that she's winning it. So
90.
g5 is a very good move here. But I wanted to show you that I tried the move rook c7 here and not rook c1 in order to find some counterplay for black, for white. So rook c7, h5 was a good move, if you can show it, Yasser, on your
Yeah,
board.
she's played rook f2, but rook c1. Oh, sorry.
No, rook
I think
c7 instead.
A rook c7 instead of rook e1. Yes, she could have played it. Yes.
Yes, it could have been a better practical chance, but just to illustrate the idea that after h5,
Okay.
I can still play rook f2,
Yep.
f6, let's say rook b2,
Yep.
and here you still have rook e4, so you understand how black defends the position. And after rook b7, you have rook g4.
Exactly, keeping the pawn. I'm just going to refresh my
The
board.
players just reached move 40.
They have. That was my
And,
question.
I really like Anna's position with the pawn on g5.
Especially.
She's not only up a pawn, but her position is great.
Truly. Rook on e1 to f1. Do me a solid favor. Trade off. Take my weak pawn on e4 so I can take the strong pawn on f7. And I suspect I suspect we're going to see rook d7, and then we'll have to go back with rook e1. And that was my. I think you let the cat out of the bag there. What is the winning percentage, in your opinion, here for Anna?
I would say 70, 75%.
And you said 90%. Why were you so? You're on the high end. You're on the high end. I was going to say 65%. Why did you say it's so high, 90? What is it that's so attractive, Almira?
No, because first of all, I think that this position is technically winning for black, and it's also
Really?
it's very difficult to defend it with white.
Right.
So
Okay.
let's say if I play rook d7 in this position,
And then rook e1.
and I still want to make this move h5.
Yes, h5, and so, well, what can I say? I'm not happy trying to defend the position, but let's say 8. Well, okay, just go ahead and tell me what h5. I'll pass. How do I pass? I'll play rook e3. I'll pass. I'll predict my moves. Rook
Yes.
e3, rook e1.
King g7, we improve our king, so
Bravo.
rook e1.
With understanding, yeah.
Yes, so let's try and make, because I wanted to make a 5 here, but it doesn't work immediately.
f5, rook e2. And
I wanted to make this move here, but then the computer says rook e2, and then I really don't want to trade rooks here, because then it's going to be a draw.
I see your advantage slipped precipitously after f5, in fact.
Because, yes, that was the move I was hoping for. So let's see, let's make another useful move.
And
King
I'll go
g6.
rook e3. I'll just keep, I'll give you what you want. You can play g4. I'll drop back with my rook. You can...
Let's say g4.
Right. Now, every
Well,
time
I
you
think
play rook d4, I'm
we
going
don't
to
need to
slip to the f file.
Push the pawns. We can improve our rooks.
Okay.
So bring the rook to the rook a5 and put the rook on a4.
Let's
Okay,
say rook
when you
e5.
go away, I'm going to go back to the f file, I guess.
Okay, but my other rook is still free. Rook
Yeah.
a4. Push e5. It's tempting, isn't it?
I don't know.
And then rook
are
e4, you're losing, of course.
You
the
made me
pawn.
very, very suspicious there, Nazi. I don't know.
But after rook
Rook
a4,
e3.
you have to
rook
come back,
e3.
right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
rook f3, rook a4.
Rook e4, rook e3, oh sorry, rook e4, rook e3.
Right. Now, what's
I
it?
go rook d4, you go rook f3, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's the eternal problem.
That's my-
But no, sorry, Yasser, you completely throw me away of because I wanted to play g4, and you wouldn't have this move rook f3, but then the evaluation changed completely. So how did it affect the evaluation in such a dramatic way?
I made the very nice, very good suggestion of g4, and then you
Yes.
reject. Oh, I mean, well,
No, I wanted to play g4 in this
bravo.
position. So you
And I have to go rook e1. I
Yes,
have to go rook e1.
Okay, rook e1, and now maybe Nazi's plan, so rook
Away.
e5.
Just
and
away.
I will have to wait for a Zugzwang when your rook will be on e3, and then I will try to bring another rook.
Okay,
to
so
the queen.
I'm just waiting. Rook e2, rook f2 to e2.
Okay,
rook
rook
f2,
f2.
and then rook on e2 back to f2. Yeah, this is how I'm waiting.
Okay, that's the way to wait for. And if I play rook d4 here,
Well, then I go to the f file. Rook on e1 to f1, so I can give a check and take on f7.
yes, unfortunately this doesn't work yet, so we need to prepare this. I was very optimistic about this position, but now, yes, I understood that my plan doesn't work. The
It doesn't
F5,
play
yes.
automatic. It's
Yes.
not just, you know, I claim the game. But Anna, by the way, she's done something that's absolutely a dream. She's achieved a position with 2 results.
Yes.
One's a draw, one's a win, and that is what she needed to do with the black pieces. We've somehow it keeps slipping below ourselves with Elisabeth.
She is now winning it.
And again, Elisabeth
she had a breakthrough
a,
in this position.
you know, Elisabeth has a real problem against Nana, as we saw in their head-to-head matchup. 4 wins, that sounds good. It's the 10 losses that didn't. And Nana, somehow the rooks are now doing great.
The rook
1,
made
2,
it
3,
to
4.
the 7th rank.
Hold on, and she just won a pawn as well. No.
She's going to take on e6.
Oh my gosh, she's going to take on E.
And then f6.
That is all she wrote. No, rook takes
f6
e6.
also falls, and then f5 or h4
Is
will
like
also
the leg bone connected to the hip bone. The hip bone. I mean, you lose the entire foundation. Rook takes e, because I saw a position where there was a pawn on f7, a pawn on e6, and a pawn on f5, and I was thinking that's a really nice structure. It's a very solid structure for black.
Somewhere in time
Why
trouble,
did she?
Nana pushed f6, and I
Right.
think that was a big mistake.
Absolutely. So I was thinking that this structure, I'm not going to say impregnable, you know, that's like a great, but this had to
She
be
could have stood and just played knight g3 check and knight e4 back.
right. That's one very practical idea. But I really like the structure, and to keep it, probably f6 was a step in the wrong direction, and then was it time trouble?
There was time trouble, yes. Nana was playing with just 5 seconds on the clock.
And rook takes e6, and rook takes e6 check, and yeah, this is gone. This is Elisabeth now is in a winning.
It's picking up all the pawns and
Exactly. Rook takes f6 and rook takes f5. Our other game that was
Alexandra
Yep.
is still trying to win this endgame. Of course, objectively, it should be a draw.
Yeah, because of
But-
the bishops of opposite. But the extra pawn is
Allows Alexandra to torture Irina for a long time.
Exactly. And what's the practical chances of a result for Alexandra here?
Very small.
Really? Very
I
small?
think less than 5% chance to win this.
Less than 5%. Wow. And my heart would be racing and soaring, and I'd be thinking, like, you know, it's sort of like the trend, right? You know, I've won a pawn as white, I've advanced, I keep advancing. And anytime I threaten the knight's just got to move. You do not want to allow me to play
Yeah,
bishop
but
takes
black has
d5.
active pieces, active king, centralized knight and bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So white can't easily maneuver either. If white moves the knight, immediately bishop b2 and your pawn is gone.
Sure. So first of all, in my mind, I'm always looking to say, where are my pieces at their maximum? If I were white, I would want the bishop on e4. Why? Because the bishop on e4 is lording in 2 directions and is going to deny your knight. Then the next thing I would say, well, where do I want my king? And I'd want my king on c4. My king on c4 tells me that, well, first of all, I'm going to chase this guy away, but really, I'm always thinking, you know, like I can escort my pawn. So I'm thinking, if I'm white, I need to do 2 things. I need to improve my bishop, I need to improve my king. So
It's black to move right now.
Right. So these are,
Let's
that's
say I
my...
play bishop d2, so your king cannot move easily.
Okay, so you got to go. You got to
Now, I know you
go.
said that I have to move the knight.
Right.
But in this position,
Please don't move the game.
can I play b5?
Wow.
Just because your knight and king are both extremely passive. If you take on d5, I take back with the king.
Okay.
And what's your move? Okay. Let's say, I feel like the queen side, I'm completely dominating on the queen side, but f7 is something to worry about.
Yeah, well, my pawn is on g5. If I do manage to snag
Sure.
the f7 pawn.
So let's say bishop c3.
Okay, so you're dominating bishop, yeah?
Yeah, your knight cannot move without losing a pawn on a3.
Exactly, so
And bishop d4 check.
bishop d4 check. If I come back, I'm allowing king to come to e4.
Right.
Just a second. So, I mean, it's weird to me that you would put your pawn on b5, a light square, and even invite bishop takes d5. So bishop takes d5, king takes d5. Let me stop here for just a second. So if, by the way, the knight did voluntarily retreat to c7. So if I go here, you're probably going to go f6.
f6, yes.
Yeah. And if I go down,
Bishop c3.
c3.
Now my king is threatening to come in.
Okay. But again, okay, if I bring my king over,
King c4.
king c4. So I want to tickle this guy.
Bishop d4.
Bishop d4 is a check.
And
So
then pawn ending, I'm probably losing because of g5, right?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I've got
should
the
be,
outside
yes.
pass pawn after all, sure, right? So we're looking at bishop takes c5, and I'm
Yeah,
a
this
happy
needs to be
camper.
calculated
Right?
move by move. To
Yeah.
allow bishop takes d5, you have to be sure it's a draw.
Exactly, to be sure, to be sure. And let me just refresh my board. Apologies,
She
I'll
played
be
knight
right back.
c7.
And I'm just seeing that Elisabeth is really cruising to victory. Knight c7, I like that move somehow because it stops bishop e8 and it maybe, I don't know, it just kind of puts the kibosh on the bishop. By the way, let's go to Elisabeth and Nana because she's done,
Yeah, this is game over.
Oh, this is really nasty. Now she's
Black's
the knight-
paralyzed,
yes.
so she's going to pick up f5 pawn and then
Go into a
bring
king
the
and
king
pawn
closer
endgame.
and just take on f7. Yes.
Yeah, just go directly into a king and pawn endgame. King there, and talk. By the way, immediately, I love the table base comes in and it says, winning, completely winning. And she's,
Wish we had that during the game.
right? And by the way, that was interesting. Way back in the day when Deep Blue and Garry Kasparov, that match was being played, the rules of the match were that whenever a table base came up, the game was stopped.
By an arbiter?
Yeah, and the result of the table base was made.
Wow.
Because the point was that the computer had access to the table base. It's a
okay.
part of its program, and Garry didn't. So
Got it.
any table base, and that seemed
That's fair.
very fair, right? So rook takes, and we're expecting Elisabeth, after king g8, to simply capture the knight, go into a very easily won king and pawn endgame.
And Elisabeth would be jumping up in the standings because
She-
she was sharing third coming in
Right.
today.
And we spoke about that as yes, there we go. Elisabeth is captured on f7. We spoke about Alexandra's victory over Humpy and how important that was. Well, Nana had a victory over Humpy, and so she lost that point as well. And there
Then
we
she
have
lost against Bella yesterday,
yeah
where she was winning.
on the day before the free day. But
But
yes,
today she got outplayed. Elizabeth played a very nice game.
But again, I feel that she didn't. This was an unnecessary loss for Nana. That the rook and the rook and knight versus the two rooks, Almira. That to my mind, was much closer to a draw than a win for white. And I think it was that move f7, f6, which
trouble.
accelerated the slide, if you will.
You're absolutely right, because the computer shows only small advantage for white in this position, and I really thought that why not knight c5? You simply have to maintain this active knight, so you cannot play knight d2, rook d2, I think, because of knight b3, then you have to play rook d1 once again, but then if after knight c5 white plays rook d1, then I can simply come back on e4 and the game continues.
And maintain that beautiful outpost for the knight, the rook on b5, nicely hitting b2. I think that this was a very unenforced loss, an unforced loss, if you will. Move f7, f6, and it went very, very badly thereafter. Let's just jump back to the game of Anna Zatonskih for a moment, because, essentially,
made any improvements yet?
Both players have made time control. Let's start with the obvious.
Which is important.
And, we haven't played g4 yet, but I think it's almost inevitable that black will play king g6, h5, and g4. And away you go.
Is Anna down to 10 minutes already, or has her time not updated? Did she not get... Oh, this is Irina's time.
Irina's game.
I was confused.
Exactly.
That's Irina's time.
Actually, I wanted to draw your attention to this game because I was analyzing the exact same line. g5 is a very powerful try to play for a win here, actually. So g5, b5, then bishop b3, and then I'm not sure that you can play knight d5 here, because I tried king e7, and but even after knight d5, you know that the knight after b5 can jump to c5. You have a few more squares here, so this will not be an easy task, you know, to defend this position. But even after bishop b3, king e7, I tried king e4, and the computer first suggested f6, which is far from obvious once again here, because you create a pass pawn, and you know at the end you might lose the game. I don't know. For me it's not so easy. So after bishop b3, king e7, king e4, you might as well move your bishop. So let's try bishop d2. And this is the critical moment of this endgame, I think, because you can improve your king once again and take the square away, king d4. So, and now black has to wait. You don't have knight d4, so maybe you can play king d7, sort of a distant opposition, and hold on to the game. But Yasser, Nazi, what is your feeling?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Nazi the same thing. For me, I would have been incredibly reluctant. I mean, it would be like really the last move in my consciousness that I would play the move b5, because in my mind, when I play the move b5, I give you a perpetual target. That is to say, I'm putting the pawn on the same color as your bishop, which means that I'm always going to have a potential weakness on the king side, queen side.
Maybe I don't have sense of danger, because to me it still looks like very drawn.
A natural move, but okay, just
Let's say king e7 and I just stand.
Okay, but is it so easy for you to just stand?
It's your move again. What is your plan?
Let's say if it was my move again.
So if you go knight e5, I have bishop b2.
Exactly. Do I want to play f5? I'm not sure that I want to play f5.
Happy to exchange pawns.
Truly you are. That was why I was kind of waiting for f6 and g6. It's one of those positions, funnily enough, like if you do move your bishop, I've got the king,
I don't like the king improving.
And I like that. So how do you actually wait? Do you wait by
Maybe just king... I see you want to jump knight e5 with us.
Exactly. Okay. When your king... when your king isn't covering f6, knight e5, and also when your king is on the diagonal, even a4. Some worries there for Irina. I mean, I'm not saying I don't feel the 5%. I feel higher.
How high?
Yeah, I would say maybe 6.43789. Almira with a guess.
Hello, Elisabeth. Congratulations. It was a very fine victory today. Please tell me, were you surprised by Nana's choice of the opening today?
Yes, because Dragon was not on my pipeline when I prepared for her, because her last Dragon game was like 15 years ago. And then I was thinking like, okay, should I go for the main line? But then, I mean, obviously like she might have prepared d5 and this is quite concrete. And if I go for concrete lines and she's better prepared, it's not a good idea. So I decided like to somehow sneak myself out of it.
But here you played castle, and well, maybe it was sort of déjà vu, situation, because you already played something like this, and your opponent played b5, but you don't remember.
No, first of all, I don't remember, but it seems like even this game must have been like 20 years ago. My fear system still works fine.
Okay, so after castle, rook fc8, rook a d1. For the moment, everything looks natural. Knight d7, you exchange the dark square bishops, and f4. Here I like your position very much.
Yes, because I understood. I mean, like what she did with rook fc8 and knight d7 looked very logical. But when I was calculating it, I understood that after f4 she doesn't have any good move. Because if she takes on b3, then actually this is kind of good for me, because I will not have any worries on the queen side. And if she doesn't take, she has to be aware that I will at some point take and maybe play e5 and stuff like that. So, I mean, if I was in her shoes, I wouldn't be happy either, because practically speaking, I think it's quite difficult for black.
Okay, so it was bishop b3, and here there was a very critical moment. I just wanted to show you that the computer, I analyzed it, the variation, and it looked completely strange to me here. When you played rook d3, have you analyzed this move?
Well, actually, when I played rook d3, I understood she could play d5, but it was too late. Because I understand that, I mean, I'm a pawn up, she plays queen b6, and actually, she takes, and then she plays queen b6, and I have probably nothing, And I saw it, but it was already too late, because, somehow, when I played rook d3, I didn't even think about this move d5. And then when I played it, I saw it, but fortunately, she didn't do it.
Yes, it was a very powerful and very surprising defensive resource. So Nana didn't go for this line, and here there was a critical moment, let's say, here, where you hesitated.
I wasn't sure whether I should play knight d5 at all.
But here, did you consider knight f6?
Oh, I was calculating it as well, and then, this is like the dilemma when you have to take a decision. And you can go for the tactical one with knight takes f6, where you need to prove your dynamic advantage, or you go for the practical one, where you just take some material and hope it will be enough. And according to one of my coaches, Tiff Yakov, it's always good to go for the practical choice, But actually, according to my character, it's much more likely to play knight takes f6. But somehow I decided today, why I should... it's not risking anything. I wanted to play f5 here, king g7, and then I was even calculating here something like queen d2 or something. Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. And or f takes c6, also interesting in queen d2. But somehow I decided that with knight c7 I'm exchange up, and if nothing goes wrong, actually, it's fine. But then I understood in the ending everything went wrong for me.
There was probably another critical moment in the game here after rook d3. The computer hesitates, he doesn't see much for you, and f6 was, probably a decisive mistake in this game.
Yes, she missed that I can open up and her king is very weak. And fortunately, I saw that. I saw it late because somehow, it didn't cross. I wanted to play king d1, but then I understood that actually I cannot play it because of knight f2. And then I was wondering, why did I play rook d3? And then I remembered, I played rook d3 because, she wants to play e5, f6, e5. And suddenly, this b4 move popped up. But maybe, she has to take, but it's, of course, Here I knew that I can never lose, but I can only
You're
win.
completely on ears.
Yes, king e8, and here I wasn't sure whether I can take on b4 if I have to play rook d7. This is something which I had to calculate a bit, but I think I would have managed, because I would have given like one check to save time and then, calculate it. But I was happy that she missed before, because suddenly the game changed in a very preferable way. So somehow I misplayed the ending, or maybe the ending is just not such an advantage as I thought it was. I don't know.
No, I think the rest is a very clean victory for you. And you mentioned one of your coaches, so I wanted to ask you, what was probably the most surprising advice that your coach gave you?
I mean, like, okay, I mean, I was working with different people, and actually, like, the most, like, the biggest advice I got was actually from Sergei Tevyakhov, and he told me, like, when you are, like, positionally better, there is no need to go for dynamics. Because in this moment, when you go for dynamics or sacrifices, you have to prove yourself. But if you just like continuing outplaying your opponent positionally, it's from the practical choice much better. And actually he told me this after I lost a game in the World KO system, I think somewhere like 2018 against Molina in the first round. I was totally like better from the positional point of view, and then I started to play dynamically. The computer even gave it, but the problem was like the next 10 moves I also had to play correctly, and I didn't manage. And this was a moment when he told me this, and this was a moment when I started to kind of change my mindset in a way that sometimes it's good to go for the practical choice. Also, like for my nerves and for my age, it's actually not a bad thing.
Thank you, Elisabeth. That was a very important victory for you. You're back in the race. So good luck for the last rounds. And well, hopefully we will see you once again.
Thank you.
Well done, Elisabeth, and your road ahead as we look to the sprint to the finish.
Right, she actually has 2 games left in the next 3 days. Tomorrow she'll be playing Bella Khotenashvili, then she gets a rest day, and in the last round playing the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Wow, nice games, nice rounds ahead for Elisabeth. Bella coming back to the board, no draws in any of her games. She won her first 2, lost her first 2, won the next 3. We'll see how Bella plays tomorrow. We have this move, knight e8, with 2 games remaining. Irina has just played the move knight e8, and I was explaining that, in my view, the ideal square for the white squared bishop is e4. And then the ideal square is somewhere over on the queen side for the king. So if I'm in Alexandra's shoes, I'm playing the move king e3.
I think Irina decided to stand with knight c7, knight e8. So let's just go back knight c7.
And I'll go right back with bishop.
Okay, let's say knight e8.
Okay, so first of all, cheer me on, like, well done, Yasser, you know, like, flatter me. And
you got what you wanted.
Yeah, I got what I wanted, yay.
Knight c7 back.
Knight c7 back, and now I'll go with the idea of putting my king, if you will, on b3.
Okay, let's say I still wait, knight e8.
Okay.
Knight c7.
Okay, I predict a move.
And bishop. I should probably play it on d4.
Yes, bishop to d4. Some ways you're kind of keeping me a little bit honest with the knight, although I must admit I can if I have to. So I'm going with king b3.
a4 is the key idea.
I think so. I think so. Yeah. I'm assuming you're still challenging me.
Yeah, I don't see anything better. So
okay. Yeah, knight e8. And now I have to stop for just a moment. Does it make sense for me to tie you down with bishop? So if I go with my, by the way, king e4, if I go with my knight away so that I tie you...
So on bishop e3, play
knight g2. So if you go back, just for example, we go here. Did I accomplish anything? Not 100% sure I did.
So you should try pushing a4, and then we have to see how that changes the position.
Okay, fair enough. Let's do it from the start. Because I
Thank
do
you.
feel in that case, then my knight might be well placed on d3. Takes, knight c7, let's say, b5, or no, maybe I should play king
Right.
a5 first. Ha ha! Look at me, very clever. Although I must say, b5, you've got check.
King b6.
Oh, that's true. Sorry.
Bishop d4 back and
I,
perpetual, or you lose the
yeah, I
pawn.
can't go further. But we're kind of mutually stuck.
Yes.
Your king likes its current square.
I think at some point black might have this idea to go knight d5, allow the exchange.
Yeah.
And then once you go b5, I go king e4, and I try to take your king side pawns and sack the bishop for the b pawn.
Fair. The only chink in the armor to what you've just said is I might have a knight e5, and I go for the f7 pawn. But Almira, any chances for our former world champion?
Almira is analyzing the game between Gunay and
double rook
Mammadzada,
and Almira.
the double rook ending. I want to prove you wrong.
Oh, please.
And actually, I found this move, King G1, a little bit curious because I was trying to stay on G2 and F2. And here, maybe you have this surprising idea of exchanging one rook, because now that I have this possibility of playing King F6 and King E5, so maybe Rook A5, then let's say King G2, Rook A2.
Let's say
yes, King. So let me take.
This
take,
is winning,
and now King F6. So maybe this position is much more winning than before.
Wow, go back just one or two moves.
So why should not allow the rook exchange?
Well, wait a minute. I'll take the rook. I'll take your rook. I'll take it. You'll take it. I'll go King G1. If you go King F6, I'll have Rook F1 check. And I'm looking forward to any trade of the E4 pawn. And so you have, it's strange because it's counterintuitive to want to trade a pair of rooks, right? Because you always think rook and 4 versus rook and 3 should be a draw.
But here I had another idea. If you play King G1, I wanted to play G4, then you make a move.
Oh, no,
then I
don't.
wanted to play King G5 and H4.
Ooh.
What do you think?
Nice. Okay, so King H1, ridiculous move, I understand. Rook F1, right?
Rook F1, okay.
Force
F6,
you to play
first
F6.
I'm not giving you a pawn.
Now Rook back to E1, H4.
Yes, now I wanted to play H4. I think that this is completely winning because even H3 might come.
I was thinking that I did good to provoke F6 so that the king couldn't come around, but I'm realizing that King G1, H3, and I'll be forever stuck.
You'll be out of moves very soon.
I will be out of moves very soon. So trading a pair of rooks, very counterintuitive, but it looks good. Looks good. Thank you, Almira.
So I proved you wrong. But I still don't know how did they get to this position, which I wanted to achieve, because she managed to put the rook on the 4th rank and keep her rook on e5, and the both rooks stayed on the e file. That's a mystery to me, because you defended very well, and I never achieved this position.
Broke.
Yes, that's why I thought that it was actually easily winning. So either I play f5, either I activate my rooks, and then I play g5, g4, and h4. So
Almira, in the position when you played the move rook a2, would it have made a difference for white if h2, h3 gets played here, so that I don't, get squeezed on the king side?
But that was the move from the other variation. So actually, I wanted to put the rook on the 3rd rank, and then
now black can also sneak in King F6 move.
You mean immediately?
Immediately, King F6.
Immediately?
Oh, because rook f1 check, king e5.
Yes.
Nicely done. And the move I'm resisting playing is e5 check,
Okay, e5 check, but then king g6
king g6.
back, and you
so
still
here
have
if
a
I
lot of
take on
problems.
a2, continue the line, just so, and king g1, and I want to meet king f5 with rook f1 all the time.
That's true. So let's find a way to
Rook a7?
Rook
Just
a7.
play rook a7?
Rook rook f1. Now, no, okay, sorry, rook f1.
Maybe
If you
can,
go rook
maybe you can
a5.
go rook a3, rook
Oh, yes,
e3.
yes.
No?
That's nice.
Oh, very nice.
We can
Yes.
play king f2, but then
But
I have,
then you have
rook
king-
a5 and king f5.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very
Rook e1
nice.
and king
And now you wrong-footed me. I can't play rook f1 check. Beautiful. Rook and pawn. Study your rook and pawn endgames, everybody. I mean, it's like cheating on an exam. You know you're going to have rook endings. In fact, rook endings probably are about 60% of all of the endgames I've ever played in my life are rook endings. I played knight endings, bishop endings. But rook endgames are by far the predominant.
Most common endgame.
Yes, especially as you go up through the ranks, become an A player, an expert, a master player, rook endings dominate. And here we're seeing a fine example. And again, I just have to emphasize, if Anna were to win this game, she needs 2 points from the last 3 games. And how many times did we fall a half a point short of the goal?
I did twice.
Oh.
Then I gave up trying to get the GM.
It was something like that for me. I kept falling short of the Grandmaster goal. The moment my Grandmaster title was confirmed, I had like 6 norms in a row.
Wow.
It was just like, like then it was
Then
it was
became easy.
behind me. It was past. I didn't have to worry about becoming a grandmaster anymore. But 2 games remaining, and in the game of Irina, how
Irina allowed 95.
she did.
Well,
okay,
and
we
allowed is the wrong word because white always had 95. It's just, is it good? Because
Right.
black plays bishop b2. which
on
is
the board.
On the board.
Okay.
Well,
bishop
maybe
B.
she wants to go a4 now.
Okay. Any reasons for? No, I'm just checking out any.
Well, it has to go a4, right? Do you have any other?
I was
Ideas?
just, I was just, I kind of stopped because there is the strange, no, I can't believe, it's like so weird. If you play bishop takes a3 and I play knight d3, is the bishop trapped? It's like, but what do I do for a
you
move?
can't win it, so.
Yeah, but that's the question.
It's only trapped for 2 moves because I have knight c7, knight a6.
Okay,
knight
so I'm
c7,
going to
knight
play
d4.
an incredibly dumb move.
Take the pawn
And knight
and
back.
knight c7.
And then king here.
Knight. Oh.
I mean, it's an incredibly dumb idea.
That might work.
But if it traps, I didn't know. Sorry, that was why I was hesitating. You, of course, were looking at the very practical decision of playing a4. So what else can I do? I don't want to see a5. I don't want to.
She played a4.
Yes, I don't even want to get involved in those variations where I have to pass a pawn. So takes, knight d6 check.
Knight d6 check.
That's a very practical decision. King here. And again, I think you're going to just want to put your bishop on b6, right?
And maybe I should move my knight because I don't like knight c6 check. No, in that current position after knight d6, king d3.
Yep.
White has this knight c6 check coming, and then I have to walk into discovery check.
And you want to put your king on
right.
the d6
So I'm
square.
going to move the knight again. Maybe knight c8, going to b6 possibly.
That looks like a decent square. And yeah, I've got an offside bishop. I'm a little bit concerned about the bishop coming
So
down here
I know
as
that
well.
we liked earlier when Alexandra played g5.
Yep.
But now doesn't that look like it's a problem because there's always bishop c1 going after those 2 pawns.
Indeed. And by the way, she didn't take, it was knight d6 check right
First,
away.
yes.
Yeah, sure, sorry. So apologies, I should have.
a4,
Yep,
and then knight d6 check.
immediately.
And Alexandra moved king f3.
So keeping her king tethered to the f4 pawn.
The black has to take on a4.
Right. Again, I wouldn't even want to consider allowing this. So takes, and then you were saying your knight is in the. You didn't like.
Right.
You want to meet knight c6 check with king d6. Therefore, you were playing knight here, right? Okay. Again, my bishop somehow is being wrong squared. Okay, so bishop.
Okay, knight. Oh, that's your plan.
Wow, maybe. I'm a pawn grabber.
I'm thinking at some point maybe black should calculate f6 if it works to force an exchange.
Right, but by the way, takes f6. I really, really want to play g6. That's clear, right? So first, let me play check.
King d6.
Okay, so g6.
King
you
c6,
you still have knight e7 as a defense. So I'll have to play. I suspect the pawn trade is good enough.
Knight e7 here, and it should be.
Well,
I don't know. Pawns are
yeah,
far enough.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The pawns are pretty far
But I also
removed
have a
from one
pawn on
another.
e6. I'm not.
It's not going anybody. You're not scaring anybody. That's a puny pawn.
Table base doesn't show up here yet.
Not yet.
Yes, not yet. Try knight e7 and then see if it shows up after the exchange.
I'm sure it will. And the answer is.
It is unknown.
Well, that certainly takes care of my questions. Unknown? How do you get unknown?
I think it is winning. It is winning with b6.
See, now it's known.
Now it's known.
How did you know that? Nice. Almira, jump in. I see that this Anna's ending has really got you completely focused.
Completely absorbed.
Yes.
This rook ending. Yes, but I'm struggling to find a practical chance here for white. I like your move knight c8 here because knight is controlling the advance of the b pawn here. So bishop c2. What did you try here in this position? Did
Just
you
knight
try
b6?
f6 immediately?
I think it was
tried
f6.
Yes, f6 immediately. So here maybe knight c4 and not knight c6 because I think that's important at least to keep the knight away from the king. And
Bishop
here, as you
c3.
can see, the evaluation
Engine
changes
starts to
quite a lot.
increase.
So let's say bishop d4.
Right.
And then that was my other idea. I wanted to make it work without f6, but here it's possible. Maybe you can go the other side. So king g4, you don't take on f6. And here, what do you do? If you go king f8 here, maybe now I can push this pawn.
So one question, g6 doesn't work because of f5? For example, after knight c4, bishop d4, why not create a passer with g6?
G6 looks attractive.
Yes,
maybe
g6,
f5.
yes, f5, and then how do you protect the
So
pawn?
my king is too far.
Yeah.
Because then king f6 is coming.
I mean, I can put knight on e5 because you can't really take it.
No, but
They really like this plan. I mean, king
King
g4 and king h5. So maybe you should play king f8 and king g7 here. So, you know, it's not yet winning. And after bishop e4, maybe try and exchange the knight. So knight b6.
right.
And, well,
But we were more or less kind of getting here. Sorry, Almira. Take on b6. Knight
take on
takes
b6.
b6. Bishop takes b6. Let's play g6.
g6 here.
Immediately f5.
And
At f5?
wait a minute. Hold on. What
Yes.
was it? I wanted to get a position where we
You had two separate
we
passers.
had the two separate passers. So let's say g6, bishop c5.
Yes, just, okay.
G6, bishop c5, f5, take the pawn on f5, and it's two.
That looks winning.
Yes, this is
Passers.
winning because your king is going to the queen side.
Exactly, and there's nothing. I mean, and the pawns are
Right.
too far apart. There are certain positions where the pawns need to be that far apart. So this is essentially what Irina needs to avoid. She can't
At all
allow
costs.
this ending, right?
So let's try once. But that's precisely the reason why you don't have to play f6 here. You don't have
Right.
to force things. So let's make maybe a knight move here. What did you suggest? Did you suggest knight b6 here at some point? So
I think so.
yes,
yeah.
knight b6.
The more I'm thinking about it, why do we play f7, f6?
I just wanted to see if he was still a
if
draw.
you could force,
Yeah.
if you could force things away.
So were you afraid of this idea, bishop h7 and bishop g8? Maybe king f8. Yes,
Yeah.
is a simple
Just to
defense.
keep the bishop out, yes? Yeah. No, this looks
So it's
perfectly,
holding, yes.
perfectly fine for Irina. By the way, let's just take a look at our remaining schedule. Today, of course, we're in round 6. We have 3 games.
Right, we have 3 games left. Tomorrow will be round 7, and the last round will be on Monday, June 12th. Possibly playoffs, if necessary, on Tuesday, June 13th.
Exactly, and we're going to just take a quick break, and we'll see you all on the other side.
In 2019, the Missouri Bicentennial Commission, along with Governor Mike Parsons, approved the building of a life-size chessboard to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the state of Missouri. Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, a lifelong patron of Scouting and Great Rivers Council Board member, proposed that the project be built as an Eagle Scout project. Jeannie invited 16-year-old Andrew Dowden of Troop 6, Jefferson City, to take on this incredibly important project.
My name is Andrew Dowden, and I belong to Troop 6 in Jefferson City, Missouri. So my troop, we were down camping down at the Sing Fields, and Jeannie came down and asked, is anyone close to getting their Eagle or needing a project? She had this idea of the Eagle Scout project chessboard, and she wanted somebody to kind of work with her to see what we could come up with. At the time, I kind of had a project in line, but when she brought up this idea, obviously I wanted to choose it because it was a lot better idea than what I had started. Prior to this project, I did not really know anything about chess. Once I got into this project, I downloaded an app on my phone and started playing chess, and I took the chess merit badge down at Scout Camp. This was a bicentennial chessboard for the Historical Society of Missouri. There were a lot of people that helped me with this project because whenever I got the pictures from the Historical Society to engrave onto the granite, I wasn't very familiar with the technology needed to engrave on there, so I needed some assistance with that and learning how to do it. And after all that, I'm pretty sure I know how to do it now. So to engrave those edge pieces, I went down to the Lake of the Ozarks Scout Reservation, and we used the Epilogue laser, me and Thomas Yang did. I wasn't really expecting it to end out this big, but as me and Jeannie were working, it just kind of got bigger and bigger and bigger, which I didn't have a problem with. I thought, I can take on a little bit more and a little bit more, and it ended out to be a really, really cool project. So we had a ribbon cutting of the chessboard, and there were a whole bunch of people there, including the governor, the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame, the State Historical Society, which all helped out during this entire project. Jeannie was there. I had to give a little speech that I didn't really know I had to do, but that kind of has taught me a little bit about speaking too, so I think that has helped me too. This project, it's made me real proud that everyone is enjoying it. Like every time I go down there, somebody's playing, and then they're taking care of it, which really makes me proud because me sinking all that time and everyone else that's helped me sinking in all that time, I like to see people use it, but I also like to see people appreciate it.
Welcome back to round 6, and we have 2 results this far. Elisabeth Paehtz defeated Nana Dzagnidze, and Dronavalli and Abdumalik drew their game.
In the 2 remaining games, it looks like we're going to have 2 results in those as well. 3 out of 4 of our games in round 6 are going to be decisive. Yeah, that free day, boy, that really energized the players. First of all, Anna Zatonskih, she's a pawn up in a rook and pawn endgame, but it's worse than that. Normally speaking, 4 versus 3 might just be an easy draw. Not in this particular case, as in this particular case, the pawn on e4, if it were on f2, we'd be talking about a draw. It's isolated on e4. The king is cut on the first rank, and after rook e2, h5, h4 is going to be on Anna's wish list.
Yes.
And with that, she should win. And
another game with the black pieces.
Wow, talk about taking this tournament under her control. She has a 1-point lead coming into the round, and this would just be fantastic. She needs to score 2 out of 3 to get a Grandmaster's norm, and well, she's on her way to achieving that. In the other game, which you have on your board, Almira, Irina has made a mistake. It may cost her the game.
Yes, first of all, I think that she lost patience and she played f6, while we said that this is the exact move that she needs to avoid during the game, not to try to simplify the position at any cost. And here, look at the evaluation which is given by the computer, whopping plus 6.5, and all she needs to do, Alexandra, is to take this knight on e5, and after this move, bishop takes e5. I think it's a very easy plan. First of all, you play king h6, maybe bishop f4, so I cannot play g6, but then b5 means bishop c2, improving the bishop, because you cannot stop the both pawns here, so you will have to give your bishop.
And one thing we absolutely have to point out, Nazi.
Yes, if we can have a look back, because Irina has 31 seconds on the clock. So her last move, the losing move 95, was made with 1 second on the clock.
Let's just take a look at the view there, and you see it, 31 seconds. How do they manage to do that? I mean, if I trained myself to go down to 1 second, I'd almost overstep.
You know, Irina has done that against me so many times.
Really?
That now I don't even expect that she would
she
ever flag.
Wow, wow. But it's not, she went the wrong way with the move f7, f6. It's not the flag that's the problem now. Now it's the position. And knight takes e5 and king h6. Oh, that just suggests itself. This bishop is of opposite color is an easy win. And Anna, too, just played the move rook e2. She's in cruise control, and she is well on her way to a victory as well in this game. So,
after rook a4, just h4 for black?
Yes, yes, h4 is the thing, because we were showing, I was running out of running out of moves, actually. Like, let's say we wait, we wait. Let's say we wait. And I think you could have given me a check and provoked me to play e5 anyway. If you wait, this is what I wanted to show you, was check, and here. I'm threatening a back rank mate.
Anna already played e5 with that idea of rook d2, rook d4.
Exactly. That was what I wanted to show you. Is another way, if that wasn't good enough, I think you'll agree with me that this one is also very good enough. So Anna has multiple ways, and she just started not necessarily with the move h4, which I couldn't have stopped myself. I mean, I would have played h4 so I could get my pawn to h3 and set up for that rook h1 business. e5 on the board, easily winning for her. And, well, I can't believe that Alexandra has waited for this moment. I mean, it's opportunity. Knight takes e5. I jump on it.
She has 14 minutes.
Okay.
So she does not have to rush. She's just making sure it's actually winning.
Wow. Knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, king h6. So bishop f4, bishop here, pawn here. It looks so good. Let's just, through the magic of television, the almost flag. 2, 1. And just how easy. 1 second. Plenty of time to press the clock.
I think she was very close to flagging.
It's magic. It's magic.
I think this time she was actually very close.
The other player I look and I just like amazed is Alexander Grishuk, Sasha. He is a time trouble addict. He's in time trouble. And he so oftentimes he goes down to 10 seconds, goes down to 4, goes down to 2, and then makes his move with some kind of ease. I'm like nervous.
I start shaking when I have less than 5 minutes.
Exactly, me too. Almira, was time trouble ever an issue in your career?
No, I don't think so, but lately.
But lately?
Yes, I spend a lot of time thinking in the opening and then in the middle game, and I see ghosts everywhere, so it's... But when I was young, I was always playing very quickly. But yes, as we get older, unfortunately, we start to play slower. So yes, sometimes I'm experiencing time troubles. It's
exactly.
Not easy.
Exactly. I see that you have Anna's position behind you on your board there, and I see the engine evaluation is almost a rook up for black. It's that good.
Not only, I mean, because white is deprived of any practical idea here. Because I would acknowledge that after h4, if you don't take on h4 here in this position and you play h3, maybe there is a small possibility of a stalemate somewhere, you know, when you have h3 and king h1. But here I cannot invent anything, unfortunately, after, or fortunately for Anna, because she's playing the tournament of her life, and she demonstrated a superb technique here, I might say so. But I want you to acknowledge that I was right.
Yes.
Public acknowledgement.
Yes, we are not worthy, I vow. You said this 4-rook ending was very, very, very good. 90%.
She was absolutely right.
Right.
100% right.
On the fairway, right down the fairway. And, well, I am very pleased and excited for Anna. I mean, okay, let's stop, go back. She's 4 times U.S. champion. You know, I mean, she's had a very wonderful, illustrious career throughout her career, and we know she's capable of putting together good games. But Anna's Anna's play here throughout this tournament has been consistent, and I think that's the thing that has been one that has been missing in her recent practice. King G6. She's going to take the long way home.
No, I think she could. She can win however she wants in this position.
Once again, we were thinking check, king f2, rook h1. That would cause a resignation, right? There's nothing to discuss here. We're just going to take the pawn. And the other one that we thought was causing the resignation was check,
rook d2.
Rook d2, and going into this. Maybe she was a...
Maybe she doesn't want rook b8, rook g8 check, so that's why she played king g6.
Okay. And king g6?
She can make as many waiting moves as she pleases.
And she did. King g6 doesn't spoil anything, but I like the most direct rook e1 check, followed by rook h1. That one, for me, that's a clincher.
Yes. With the passed pawn on h3, and I think g3 falls as well.
Truly. The other thing that attracts me to the rook h1, because I don't know, there's that outside possibility of stalemates. When you take away that h2 pawn, forget about it. There's no stalemates whatsoever in the position. So Anna has her choice of wins, and I think rook e1 check and rook h1 should be number one on her list. Irina Krush, are we going to see another one of those 1 seconds? And we do have knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, and this is it absolutely crucial that you play king h6? Just as I was asking the question.
Because I can force you. So if you're worried about king g7,
yeah,
I have bishop b3 forcing you to go back, and
bishop
I can still.
b3. I was going to go e5.
No.
Sorry.
Bishop was on e5. Move ago.
Okay. Yes.
So if you played king g7, just bishop b3, and you have to go back.
Ah, I see. So king g7, bishop b3, gift me the pawn.
Right.
Then you have to go back. Got it. So bishop b5, bishop d4 on the board. And again, is this a position where king h6 is absolutely necessary or not?
I don't see why.
Like if
bishop
I go
b3,
like
good.
say here, 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 and here, I'm still coming with my king all the way around, right?
Yeah, this is winning no matter where your king is or
Exactly.
where my pawn is.
And the e5 pawn isn't a factor either.
No.
No, got it.
Not at all.
Wow.
If only that g pawn was h pawn, that Irina would be very happy. Because then it would
Exactly.
be the wrong colored bishop and it would be an easy draw.
Exactly. Bishop b3 by...
See, in this game I said Alexandra's chances to win was 5%. Oops.
What were we saying about the absolutely right, absolutely 100%?
Well, Almira is right.
Almira was right. But yeah, it was that move f7, f6. By the way, that move, f6, might have cost 2 points, right?
Nana Dzagnidze, her f6 cost her game, and Irina today,
and
f6.
the idea was that the pawn on f7, stopping g6, the pawn on e6, stopping f5, just leave those pawns alone, blockade the b6 pawn. But we think it was the move f6 that got her on the wrong track, and the moment the knights came off, White's task is very, very easy now. King h6. Oh, we didn't go. Sorry, I'm going to refresh my board. Apologies. I'll be right back. As we've got the current position, king on h6. Yeah. Oh my! Well, 3 out of 4 decisive games for
back
this
to
round
80%?
6.
Wait.
No, that's 75 now.
Oh, right, because now we have 4 games.
Right.
Instead of 5.
And we have a Zugzwang. King has to go to e6, and again.
By the way, Anna chose the line with rook g2 check, king h1, and rook d2. Instead of taking the h2 pawn, she's going to take the e4 pawn.
Nice. So yes, just to be clear, 2 ways of doing things, and she's going about her business very professionally, I would say. Rook to d4, and picking off the pawn.
I wonder actually what is the statistic of how many games in this tournament were won in the endgame? Because we are getting a lot of endgames.
We certainly are, yeah.
A lot of rook and pawn endings, bishops, opposite colored bishops. We had it almost every round.
Right, right. I remember Harika winning a rook and pawn endgame, and also against Anna Zatonskih. Anna playing that move d5, and we were kind of questioning, and it worked out wonderfully for her.
But both of these positions are completely winning.
Are completely
no hope
winning. Yeah.
for the losing side.
And I wanted just to once again do a social media shout out. Thank you so much for joining our conversation, challenging us to remember games that were won in anger or protested in anger. And there's a way, I know that Sabina is working very hard behind the scenes,
Yes.
Doing video clips, montage with the players. So there's a lot of stuff, including the wrap-ups that Kavutski performs.
Yes, you can join the conversation at St. Louis Chess Club channels, and you can use hashtag Cairns Cup so Sabina can find your comments easier.
Exactly.
But she shares a lot of fun stuff behind the scenes, so I would
Exactly.
definitely recommend following Instagram and Twitter
And picking
pages.
up all the good stuff that that's available there. King G1, Gunay, and Rook D4. Let's just make sure that this
On
is
the board.
completely easy. Rook takes D4, pawn takes D4, King F2.
I think that's why she went King G6.
Right, because she really had this. But let's say I'm waiting. So if you go King D4, I'll go King
King
D3.
D6.
King D6, I'm waiting. And now you go King C5.
King D3.
And then I've got the Zugzwang, and I get the pawn. So you'll have to go King,
C6.
King C6.
King D2. King B5.
Right. Now you're threatening
Finally.
King C4, forcing me to play King D3, and then you've got me after King
Although
C5.
I'm sure earlier F5 was winning too, when my king was
At the very start, right? So even when my king was on G5, Anna could maybe just start with the move F5. She didn't even need to play these ring around the rosies. But it's a remarkable way of achieving a grandmaster norm. Winning with drawing with white, winning with black. That's the
I wonder
new
if
orange.
it has happened before.
Not in my experiences. My grandmaster norms came certainly when I had the white pieces. Absolutely. Wow.
And this
3
will be
wins with
our
black.
third win in a row with the black pieces.
Not bad.
So I guess in the beginning when we do the pairings and we pick out the low number, high
Right.
number, and you're unhappy, gotta
Right.
remember this case.
Exactly. Don't forget Anna Zatonskih.
After she wins this game,
yeah.
she'll be 2 draws away from making the grandmaster norm.
Oh boy, I hope we don't jinx her with our commentary.
believe
you
in
know,
jinxes.
Right? I actually witnessed this. I couldn't believe it. I was a big collegiate basketball fan. The Final Four, UCLA has the lead, and a guy is fouled who is a 1,000% free throw hitter. He never missed in his entire career. He never missed. He was purposely fouled to stop the clock. He goes to the free throw line, clank, misses, UCLA loses the game. It was like, what? How do you do that?
The impossible
The
happened.
impossible happened. I couldn't believe it. I was...
We keep seeing that in chess. That impossible keeps happening.
Exactly. A miracle, we call it, Almira.
Almira is analyzing another endgame. And actually, I wanted to explain the nature of the error here, because Irina was defending for such a long time, and of course she wanted to simplify the position, and one of the key ideas was to trade knights and to transpose to the opposite color endgame, only this was the moment where she couldn't do so, but with a few seconds on the clock, you know, this becomes the idea that you want to realize so much. So, but 95 was a huge mistake.
Without the move knight e5, the position was better for white, clearly. I mean, white's a pawn up after all. But the engine said not losing, right?
Well, white is still much better here, especially
Right.
with the king on h5. And, well, you have to play the move bishop c3 or bishop c1 to stay on the game here.
Exactly.
but white has quite good winning chances still here. So I think that it's very difficult to defend it with very little time. Yes.
Yeah.
Becomes almost impossible.
Exactly. And the current position.
And this was a mirage, yes, 95
Right.
actually.
In the current position, white is actually picking up the e5 pawn. Not that that makes a big difference. It's just that the two pass pawns that white have are so far, the defenses are stretched. You can't stop the white king from forcing the win of a bishop.
So what's the rule? How far do pawns have to be?
I thought it was 5, but...
no, it's 4 is enough.
2, 3, 4, 5, this is...
I know that 4 is enough, but is 3 enough is the question.
So you're saying if the
if there were
pawn
d5 and g5
was on d5 and g5, I don't
Probably
think
too
it's
close.
not enough. Let me get on the hotline and call Grandmaster Karsten Mueller of Chess Base fame. He's the resident endgame wizard for
I think
Chess
Irina
Base.
made another move with 1 second because she again had 31 seconds on the clock.
Really?
I'm telling you, she's a pro at making moves with 1 second.
Exactly.
That's her specialty.
And the thing is, you have to be unfazed too.
Mhm.
It's like you just accept that this is the way it works, you know.
She looks at the clock. Oh, I've got 2 seconds. I guess I'll make a move.
Yeah, I should. And bishop to d3. So it's just that the problem is you've got to, so ideally your bishop is here. You patrol the pawn on b6 as well as the pawn on g6, and you think, okay, I've got those squares covered, till you realize that once the pawn gets on g6, you're not really defending b6. So the pawn's on g6, I get to play b6 as well. You can't
I think white
take it.
should put the bishop on c4 first for
Exactly.
the idea to work.
Exactly. You put the bishop on c4 so that it's patrolling the diagonal. So once you've got your pawn on g6, there's no king f7 move, and your king will be forced to go to f8, where it will be essentially stuck. The white king will then make a beeline to the queen side.
And the black will
Is
have
that
to
31
sacrifice the
seconds
bishop.
again?
Again, this is third time that I've
Are
noticed.
you kidding me? Wow. Wow.
We have to have like the compilation of all the videos of her making moves.
With just 1 second. I think it might, no, I'm not sure. Would I be annoyed? It might, impact me at a certain moment. Like, how can my opponent consistently
It is annoying.
make the move with just 1 second? Just 1 second.
I've been on the other
clock.
side of it. It is definitely
Okay, here
annoying.
we'll see it in real time. 13, 12, and 10. Now, naturally, the moment we start looking, then she makes the move with 8 seconds on her clock, which is perfectly legit. So king can come to d5 now, and the idea is, again, we're going to use these pawns to decoy the bishop here. Like the king is going, black king is going to be wrong-footed. And the answer to your question, I always thought it was 5. Right? I mean, I haven't
No,
studied this.
c5 and g5 is also winning.
Well, that's what I mean. So I'm
you're
counting 5.
You're counting the pawns as well.
Yes.
I was taught to just count the distance.
Then it would be 4, right?
But I think
Or no, 3.
3 is enough too.
The 3 is so. I was counting the pawns. So I was thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is an absolute certainty, right? So if this pawn was here, and by the way, you did point out that you don't want to have the wrong color pawn there. That's important too. Okay, king on e7. So just to show that this really does happen, that she makes these moves with 1 second on her clock, for your viewing pleasure, just, okay, let's press the clock, sure.
I think her clock just stops.
Right?
In 1 second and waits for her to.
It's like the heartbeat. It's the heartbeat, you know, like, yeah.
It knows that she's gonna make a move now, so
It's
wait a minute.
anticipating the, yeah. There you go. And I mean, again, I don't know
That's
if
a skill.
Alexandra, is fully aware that it happens, but if she does, it might just annoy her, you know, like, hey, you
Yeah,
know.
and
And
Irina
there
resigns.
Irina does resign. Little half
Definitely
smile.
a big result.
Huge between these two players. And that leaves our tournament leader, Anna Zatonskih, in a situation where she's just played the move rook. Pardon me? The rook is coming to g2, king e4, f5 check,
Just
rook
to not
g2.
allow rook a6 and king f5.
Right, exactly. Although, I must say, that was not a concern. Like, rook
If you play rook
g2,
g2, rook a6 check,
and then king f7,
king f5.
and then we're losing this pawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably still winning, but why
It's
let
not,
this happen?
Yeah, why give up the why give up the g4 pawn when we can play f5 with a check, we drive the king back, and then
now
we
rook
play rook g2. And that
And I'm
really
sure
make it very
Anna
simple.
is double and triple checking, and there's no stalemates anymore.
Exactly. Double, triple, quadruple, every kind of checking you can do it, and rook g2 on the board. And once again, Anna just so capable of winning tournaments, but she's in the tournaments that I've witnessed her play, she's played intermittently. I mean, really, really good games. Games you think to yourself, wow, this is, you know, like for your best games collection. And then other times she's just been frozen, she gets into time trouble, and it all goes wrong. Here, she's been consistent from day one.
Yeah, and we should point out that coming into this tournament, she's the lowest rated player.
Exactly. King.
Definitely would be considered as an underdog, but here she is, increasing her lead today.
Wow.
With another win with the black pieces.
Remarkable. And she's going to hide her king on the g5 square. So white is welcome to pick up this pawn, but the problem is when we lose the foundation, the base pawn, we lose the next one too. And in this case, the g3 pawn goes as well. And that's
I think we'll
enough.
see resignations shortly here as well.
For those of you joining us late, we came into today explaining that Anna needs to score 2.5 points, pardon me, 2 out of 3, my bad. 2 out of 3 to get her Grandmaster norm, which would be her first Grandmaster norm, by the way. And, well, she's well on her way to achieving that success. She wins today, 2 draws will be good enough.
Right, or just 1 out of 2.
Or 1 out of 2.
And I'm sure it would also be enough to win the tournament.
Yes. And to take a look at our results for so far.
We had 2 wins by Elisabeth Paehtz against Anna Dzagnidze and Alexandra Kosteniuk against Irina Krush, and a draw between Dronavalli and Abdumalik. And of course, bye round for Bella Khotenashvili.
Right. The only way we could stop Bella from winning or losing is to give her a bye.
Yes.
On the social media, we were asked about, you know, losing deliberately.
Yeah,
and we
if
spoke
anyone
about
has-
Magnus giving away the point. And there was this really wonderful story from the Pacific Northwest. We had a great master player. His name was Victor Spooples, a legend.
Like the last name.
Yes, from Latvia, a legend in the Pacific Northwest, won many Washington State championships. And he was playing in an open tournament. It was the first round of the tournament. And the chess club was set up in such a way that there was various rooms. So he was playing on board 1. And there we have it. Gunay has resigned. And Anna Zatonskih is beside herself. She can't believe
really-
what's going on. She is, wow. She is
Even though
having
she's been winning for a while this game, for 2 hours or so,
Right.
you can't relax until your opponent resigns.
and signs the score sheets as well, and that's exactly what's going on. As she really, from the opening, she had an edge, won a pawn, and kept the advantage throughout. Just to complete the story, Victor Spooples, he was playing, and he went into one of the rooms, and there was a guy set up on the table all by himself, and the clock was ticking. So Victor's went to look at the pairing list, and he saw that the guy on, table 80, the last game, was playing bye. So
Playing
it was
bye.
like, it was like Sarah won bye, the bye. So Victor's went to the guy and said, "Hi, I'm Billy Bye." And they played, and Victor's played 2 games simultaneously, and Victor's won both games. So the guy comes to the tournament director to give his score sheet. Tournament director, "What board were you on?" 80. How did the game finish? "I lost." And he looked down and he said, "How do you lose to the bye?" And the correct answer, he was very good. How do you lose to the bye? It was great stuff. And we have a guest with Almira. Almira, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Yasser. I was joined in the studio by the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk. Alexandra, congratulations. You just won a very interesting game because, let's have a look at the opening. And I wanted to ask you, how do you choose those openings? You know everything, so why Queen D4 and Queen D3 today?
Well, I wish I would know everything, but just to surprise my opponent because recently I played in the Pro Chess League for my team, and Alexander Shemanov there won with this opening against Magnus Carlsen. So I said that if it's possible to win against Magnus Carlsen, why not try it myself? I think Irina played very well, much better than Magnus Carlsen. No, but I'm kidding. It was just different move order, so it was not the same line. I think she played well. The position was equal. But then, at the moment when she played Queen to B4, I'm not sure it was forced or not.
Maybe let's have a look at this position first, because it seemed that she equalized comfortably, but the position is still full of life, and I like this move Bishop H5 because, it seems that the position is equal, but you need to find moves and very precise moves here.
Well, yeah, of course. She has a very strong pawn center, but her king's position is a little bit weaker. And I was happy when we kind of exchanged this pawn center because, it's quite clear that the position should be around equal. But again, since her king is more open, it's more difficult for her to play. Yeah, and after Queen H4, she played Queen to B4. I consider this move, I don't know if it was like really necessary. And again, we ended up in this endgame, which is, I think the main line is Rook A8 instead of Rook C8. Well, at least that's what. Probably it's the same, but Knight takes B4, Bishop F8, and my idea was to play Knight D3. Then she captures. I didn't see Rook A5. Rook takes A2, Rook D7, and I'm winning a pawn. But again, it's like opposite colored bishops, and probably after Bishop C5 it should be a draw. But it's always nice to play with an extra pawn, right? You're not risking anything, and every mistake can be fatal for my opponent. So, I like her idea to exchange the rooks, but at the same time, here I have a plan. I can play on 2 sides, trying, to create a passed pawn, then attack the F7 pawns, and that's what happened in the game. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not sure about Knight takes C5. I was very scared, of course, to get into this opposite colored endgame. Because, without the pawn on E6, it's a winning endgame, but with the pawn on E6, I was kind of scared a little bit because I don't have to. I thought that I was going actually to play Knight A7, and something like bishop d4, knight c8, and then if she plays knight c4, I can play b5. I mean, kind of get also opposite colored bishop endgame, but a little bit improved with a few tempi. But then, okay, I calculated and I thought that it should be winning, so that's why I went to it.
Well, but we thought that here, especially after knight e5, you spent, well, 10 to 12 minutes, I think, but probably mostly to recover that Irina made her last move, and she had only 1 second left.
No, I was calculating. I was not sure about the evaluation. I mean, again, without the pawn on e6, it should be winning. But there are some positions. Who knows? I mean, you never know. You really need to calculate ahead, and you're scared, you know, because it's clear that I have an advantage here, and I don't have to take on e5, right? I can keep the knights on the board, and she has 30 seconds, and it's so difficult to play with against those two passed pawns. But okay, then I forced myself to calculate a little bit.
Thank you, Alexandra. That was a very important victory, especially for the standings. So, well, you don't have a free day, so that's a fight, and well, you have 3 more important rounds to come.
Alexandra, a quick question for you. Were you aware that Irina on several occasions made and pressed her clock with 1 second?
Twice, I think. Twice, knight e5, and then there was another move. But it was not about the clock here, but about the evaluation, I think, of the position. So I didn't. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, I've had several moments like this when my opponent made their moves on the last seconds, and it kind of distracted me. But in that case, it's hard to distract, right? It's either a winning endgame or drawn endgame. So. It didn't distract, but yeah.
Not this time.
Time flies.
Congratulations, a very important victory indeed,
Yes.
as Alexandra bests Irina Krush in a key game, a key matchup.
Another very instructive endgame.
Truly, truly. I just wanted to say that in this game, I thought Irina played it really well, and for me, this was a kind of a key moment. Now, with the benefit, let's say 2020 hindsight, I actually thought that Irina was a smidge better, just a little bit better.
I think you wanted to play
Queen G6. And I would have probably played this more or less instantly, right? Because it's sort of like you take off the queens, and these 3 pawns, you know, they're a little bit better than these 3 pawns. You know, queen takes G6. It's going to be a draw. But I'm thinking that white might be the one who's trying to force matters, and as it turned out, it ended up being, and that move Queen B4, what Irina played, trying to force the queen trade, is what got her into trouble. And I think Alexandra was absolutely right as she got to this position. Went on to a victory.
Yes, and we have our sole leader, Anna Zatonskih, with Almira.
Congratulations, Anna. You got very emotional when you got into the studio. This is your 3rd win with black. So how does it feel?
It just feel very strange, yeah. Winning with black, yes.
And
I love playing sharp openings, and
but the thing is, what surprises me the most, that in our modern era where everyone is trying very bizarre lines, you are still playing very classical chess, you know, and I love this.
Maybe because sometimes it's difficult to digest that amount of theory in sharp and in neither. This is just impossible to remember.
So yes, I love this approach.
This is very interesting. When I played b5, I spent almost 50 minutes. But most okay, b5, move 9.
Yes.
b5. Yes. And here, the main move I was thinking about is b3. Okay, 95, of course, which she played in the game. But b3 was very interesting as well. So b3, knight s3. No, knight s3, I don't know this. At least I'm not aware. of such move. Okay, b5, and here b3. No, b5 first for black. I played and b3. And here's, I was about to play bishop b7, and I was always like trapping this knight, because she cannot take pawn on b5. Okay, let's try. Because take on c4, and I have move b4. And here, of course, I calculated moves rook b1, queen somewhere. But the problem is, okay, rook b1, the problem is that after knight a5, after knight a5, knight b5, the only square, right? And c6, and knight is trapped. So this line, that's why I was spending like so much time. And here, of course, I calculated also moves bishop d2, but bishop d2, oh no, not here, not here.
What was?
Here, rook b1, bishop d2, but then I always have this intermediate bishop f3 move, yeah.
And here knight e5 was played.
But there's much more variation which I was thinking about almost for an hour. So it was like with also like I calculated lines. Okay, b3 without taking on b5. This. Okay, never mind. And here it's I think rook b8, of course. And she spent a lot of time here. Probably she wanted to play knight c2 from far away, but knight c2, I just take on c2. Knight c2, knight c2. No, knight c6 first.
Oops, sorry, no, like I managed to bring
knight
the position.
Knight c6 first.
Yes, just a second.
I'm just trying to to explain why I was like, I wasn't sleeping, I was really working hard.
Yes. Knight c2.
Knight c2, and after knight c6, I can sacrifice queen, and even after knight takes d8. And okay, this is also possible, but I think bishop d8 is better, because if I take with the rook on d8, then bishop f4 and bishop c7 attacking both rooks. So bishop d8 would be better, and the knight I have like
bishop f4,
knight I have very important square for my knight to escape.
Indeed.
So, and also bishop d2 also not working.
Instead of rook b8.
Oh, what is evaluation? Yeah.
No, the evaluation, of course, is very much in my favor, but I wanted to tell you there was this very strange move, bishop
Oh, wow,
c6.
this I didn't see, speaking honestly. Bishop, interesting.
That was the only idea to take back the pawn on b5. So we couldn't find a way to keep it.
Must be somewhere. Okay, but I'm playing with black, like in general, I would be very happy to equalize.
Of
yeah.
course.
So even...
So here... it takes b5.
I think she just here, she thought also like half an hour here, she realized she's not better, she cannot find anything, yes. And here I was like very nervous because I saw that I have good position. It was c5, but I was afraid to play c5 here. I think it's, no, c5, I think rook goes to c7, knight d5, I was just like feeling that something can be wrong here. But of course, I would be very happy to exchange queens, and so it was possible. Yes, rook c1, bishop b6 was also possible. So I'm like normal. Rook c3.
I think that you evaluated
yes, but for me, I would be happier like to drop in evaluation, but exchange queens. I would be happier. Yeah, but I just like all my pieces are very shaky, and even if I didn't see like the best line for her, I was like evaluation.
What was the advice that Daniel gave you before the game?
Of course, I was preparing e4, so mostly, and okay, and I was choosing between knight c6 and like different lines. So it was I spent like couple like times. What it gave this is just the same. Don't be afraid, and yeah, I'm very happy that I can rely on my calculation, because before in this tournament sometimes I don't go in sharp lines because I'm afraid to blunder something. And here playing such move before it's b5, it's a lot of responsibility. That's why I had to like double check, like triple check that I'm not blundering anything. So it was very, and here I want to like go a little bit further. It was not some nice calculations. Then when I played queen b8 here, I was feeling that I was like losing my initiative a little bit, because okay,
just a second.
I knew that I was better, but yeah.
Queen b6.
No. But when I played queen b8, maybe first.
There was queen c8 even. Queen c8. Here.
Not here. Like no. Before she played knight b1, I think.
Oh, knight b1, it's like we have to find this. Here. I mean,
Here.
yes, queen b8, of course.
So here
Yeah,
was
they're
also
much earlier.
calculated was very interesting line, this rook c5. Did you see?
Well, we didn't analyze this move.
No, but I saw this idea because I was thinking to repeat moves, to play knight f6. But then, instead of queen b8, I could play knight f6.
Here?
Yes, maybe repeat moves because, but then maybe is rook c5 here working or not?
Well, I'm not sure, but you are not forced to take as you
Yes, but then what to do? Then pawn on b5 will be hanging. Okay, here I calculate that after knight somewhere, probably knight d5, the bishop is hanging because like I exchange everything and then play rook b8 by the end. Probably this is. I think my opponent also calculated this nice move. Take. If queen takes, then take, and rook b8. Yeah, so this was also. I was scary about some tactics.
No, but you played a really very good game, and I think the most important thing is that you were quite confident and you relied on
But
your
I think in the game must be, drawn, at least my opponent played very passively. Probably it was much better way to hold it. Yes, I don't know. I think, what Yasser, what do you think about this rook and the game?
I think it was 90%.
90%? I was thinking it's like more than 50 to draw.
Because I was defending.
Yes, but somehow it was very easy, but I had feeling that white could play much better. Maybe I'm wrong. So
Indeed, but well, it was a very important victory once again, Anna. Yes, tomorrow is your bye. Yes,
another day off.
Another
yes,
day
I'm very
off.
happy about it. Yeah.
And one last question before you go, because you gave an interview and you spoke about your role models. So could you tell us about this?
Yes, like I always feeling that about role model, I don't have just one. I admire different people for like certain skills. And if like people asking me, okay, I will not say about like Polgar's sister because it's like so much said already. And about my role model in my interview before this event, I said I have like 3 people, 3 women whom I admire. This is Monika Sochko, who has 3 kids, like and manages being very good mom and extremely strong chess player. So she found the way how to manage both things, and that's why like I want to be too. I have 2 kids. Another role model is Ketivan Arahamia Grant, because she became GM, men's GM, around 40. So this is very, very rare for women, and I'm very happy, and I want maybe to. And of course, Pia Kramlin, who is competing in her age, I think, how old is she now?
Yeah, Pia just turned 60.
60, and she's like such a strong chess player, and she's the only one in the world. So this was exception from rule, and I'm really like very fascinated about like her skills and ability, and I want to be like her in this area.
And actually, Anna just learned that she can make the GM norm in this tournament, so it is possible even from 8 rounds. So, well, we don't want to make you nervous.
No, don't, because I have like very bad memories about these GM norms. I missed GM norms, I think, like 3 or 4 times by not winning last round, I think. Many years ago.
So good luck, Anna,
and
thank you very much. And back to you, Yasser.
Indeed, very, very impressive and undefeated.
The only
Anna
undefeated
Zatonskih,
player
only undefeated player in the tournament. And here's her line score, just nice. What we would call 50%. 3 wins, 3 draws. Very, very impressive. First place, sole first place, 4.5 points. And let's take a look at the top of the standings again. Some players will have buys still to go.
But we have Anna Zatonskih in the clear first with a full point ahead.
Absolutely.
And the clear second is Elisabeth Paehtz with 3.5 points out of 6. And then sharing third, Alexandra Kosteniuk and Bella Khotenashvili.
Exactly. And as we wrap up round 6, Almira shared the final thoughts of a very eventful 3 out of 4 decisive games.
Well, they came back to their senses, our ladies. Yes. That was a very exciting round, so many decisive games. And I just had a look at the standings. So Anna has a bye tomorrow, and Alexandra and Bella, they can narrow the gap tomorrow. Right. So it will be a very interesting round indeed. Well, I'm looking forward as usual.
Absolutely. We all are. Thank you so much for joining us as we wrap up. It was great. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and be sure to stump the panel here with your social media questions. In the meanwhile, see you all tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.